Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're doing all sorts of stuff. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. Let's see. Stacy in chat asks if I have a Discord server. So I've been setting up the Discord server for the past week or so. There's a lot of stuff to set up, but hopefully I'm going to be able to get it up next week. At the very latest, we'll see. But check back in about a week, and hopefully the Discord server will be up for HackerFrogs. Terry Ferguson is still not familiar or comfortable enough with GitHub right now to trust it when I want what I want private stays private. I guess I have more tricks to learn. Yeah, I mean, none of the stuff on my GitHub repository is private, but I understand how some people would want to section off the stuff on their GitHub. It's probably something you can look up pretty easily. Okay, so let's see. Let's start up a little bit of music, and then we'll talk about what we're going to be doing today. As usual, if the music's too loud or if the music's too soft, let me know about that volume, and I'll try to adjust the volume. Matthew says, "Hey, I live in Minneapolis. Can you help me find a job fair for cybersecurity? And may I join the Discord server?" Like I said a little bit earlier, the Discord server is taking a little bit longer to set up than I thought it would. So maybe the Discord server might be going up next week. But yeah, check back in about a week or so. But Minneapolis cybersecurity. You know what? I think I might be able to look up something for Minneapolis. That's a funny city name for me to spell, because yeah, Polis cybersecurity meetup, maybe. I'm just gonna do this off screen just in case anything comes up. Okay, so I've got a link that I can put in the chat. You might want to take a look at that and see if there are any good any good meetups over there. Okay, so let's talk about what we're going to be doing today on the stream. So, typically we have 4 topics that we run through on any one of these streams. We'll be talking about what we're going to be doing today. So the first topic we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing a game called Hack the Web. It's a collection of easy-ish cybersecurity challenges. Well, I guess not necessarily directly related to cybersecurity, more like related to technology topics, and they get you in the mood to think about how to solve problems and how to do challenges. So that's the first thing we're going to be doing. The second thing we're going to be doing, I5, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. The second thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a demonstration of the API-based web app challenge from Dockerlabs.es. So we're going to be talking about some API testing today. Let's see if we can make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, all right. And the third topic is going to be, well, we're going to be trying to write a web app. So we've got a tutorial for how to write a PHP web app form, PHP web form application. We're going to see if we can get that going in the third hour of today's stream. And in the fourth hour, we're going to be doing some new web app challenges from picoCTF. If you don't have an account over at picoCTF, I highly recommend you go and get one, because it's a great platform for learning about cybersecurity challenges. And here we go. Stacy says, "I was checking out Windows API to create some stuff in the future. Pain." Well, API security testing and using API for its regular purpose, well, it's kind of related, but it's not exactly the same thing. But we're going to be talking about that in about an hour or so. So we're going to be using this website over here. It's called Hack the Web, and it's located at this link over here. We're going to put about an hour on the clock, and then we're going to start with that exercise. So we got 60 minutes. Okay, so let's start the first topic. So Hack the Web is a collection of challenges And over at the Hack the Web website, you can actually change the language from, well, it's actually a German website, so there's it starts off in German, but you can change the language of the website over here with this button over here, and you can change it over to English, which I assume most of the people here would prefer. But, oh, it looks like I got rid of I logged out, so I need to log back in. So let's see, I am the Shy Hat. And the password, let me get the password. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, what we're going to be doing is...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Thank you very much, Stealthy Coder, for redeeming Hack the Planet. Hack the Planet indeed. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, we're going to try to do a little write-up and to record what we found inside the challenge. So this is fairly common. Well, it should be a fairly common practice that if you're doing cybersecurity, you need to document all the stuff you're doing. So in cybersecurity, they say if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So we're going to be documenting the challenges we're doing over at Hack the Web. Where is it? Hack the Web. Here it is. Okay, so if anybody doesn't know, HackerFrogs has a GitHub. And the GitHub write-ups we're doing for this website, we're going to be keeping over in this link. So let's see. What's the first challenge we're going to be tackling today? So we got a challenge called bookmarks. So we're going to be doing that challenge first. You can find it from this link over here. And let's go ahead and start up our little write-up. So this one is challenge number 89. And it's called bookmarks. Okay, so I'm keeping my notes over here on GitHub in Markdown, and there are a few things that we need to record over here. So the first thing I'm going to record is the URL of the challenge. The second thing we're going to record is the Kakarot. Hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. And we'll also record what the category would be if we were to categorize this by regular cybersecurity CTF challenge categories. We'll record what the concept behind the challenge is, and we'll also record the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so we don't know anything about the challenge now, but we'll be completing the write-up after we finish the challenge. So let's go take a look at it. Okay, I should probably put this in a new tab. Okay, bookmarks. So what's going on here? So it says here, bookmarks. There are days when I really don't know where I am or where I'm going. On days like this, it's nice to know that you're here and I'm not alone. This seems to be straying into like self-help or something. It's easy to get lost with this task. As long as you follow the bookmarks, this shouldn't be a problem. Start in this section and pay attention to the letters. Unfortunately, a few bookmarks are broken. Okay, so I think I'll turn the music down a little bit. It is good music though. Okay, so start in this section. So I guess we got a link in here, so we can open it up. So this one is called Section 26 Kotlin. And let's see, there's a T, and then there's next. So next is H. Wait. T and then H? This might be spelling something out. So TH, if the next letter is E, yeah, okay. The answer is the A. Okay, so it says href ABS 17. So ABS 17, we can actually change the, I'm not too sure what this section of the URL is called. I've never really officially studied web development, but I'm pretty sure there's an official name for this thing that goes after the hashtag. So is that called a bookmark? In a URL, what does the hash symbol mean? Okay, so in a URL, the hash symbol, hash or pound symbol, is used to create fragment identifiers. These identifiers point to a specific element within a web page, such as a heading or section, allowing the browser to scroll directly to that location when the URL is accessed. So this is a... But what is it called officially? So is it a fragment identifier? Okay, what is the hash symbol in the URL? Let's take a look. Okay, so the portion of the URL following the hash is the fragment identifier. So that's the official term. So it is special from the rest of the URL. So the key to remember, it's client-side only. Of course, a client can choose to send it to the server, just not as a fragment identifier. So this is called the fragment identifier. Okay, cool. So the next section is going to be section number 17. So we can just go in here and we can manually modify this. So we need to pay attention to these letters that are being shown over here. I think I can just keep track of it in the terminal. Hold on. So let's go back. So THEAN. So this is going to be probably S. It should be the answer is something something. NS, okay. SW. Whoops, where are we? SW. And then the next one is going to be fragment number 13. So E, I'm guessing the next one is R. The answer, okay. I, S, and then 16. The answer is H something something. Okay, and next, HEI. HEIM. HEIM, what's next? ATAT. The answer is Heimat. I mean, this is a German game, so I'm guessing that this must be a German word. Heimat. Let's copy this. Straw Hat 6 says, how's it going, HackerFrog? Hello, nice to see you here. Stacy says, Heimat. It might mean something in German because this is a German website. So if we go over to Google Translate, translate.google.com. Okay, so we'll translate from German. Hometown. Okay, so Heimat in German means hometown. So I guess that is going to be the answer over here. Oh, this is a giant web page. Okay, cool. Okay, so the answer field is here. Heimat. Okay, Heimat is correct. Great. Okay, so we can finish up our write-up over here. Where is... Okay, so new file. Great. So what category would this fall under if this was a CTF competition? So if this was a CTF competition, this would be a web app hacking challenge. And the concept is teaching us about fragment identifiers in URLs. So fragment identifiers can take us to specific parts of a web page. Sunny says deface. Deface? I'm not too sure what you mean by that, Sunny, but welcome to the stream. Hey, welcome. Okay, so they start after the hash symbol in a URL. Defacement of the website. Defacement of website? Oh, I mean, we're not going to be... I'm not sure if we're going to be defacing any websites today. We're going to be learning about web app hacking stuff, though. Okay, so they start after the hash in a URL. For example, we have this really big section over here. And if you click on... Well, I guess... If you click on any of these links over here, it'll bring you to different fragments. So, fragment identifiers. Yeah. Okay, so that's the concept today. So I guess we can highlight this, just because this is what we're talking about. Okay, so the method of solving this challenge. How do we do it? So follow the links and record the letters that are associated with each link. Some of the links are broken, but we can manually navigate to them in the address bar. Thank you very much for following Jason IT Solution. Jason IT Solution. Haymet is the final boss link. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we can manually navigate to them in the link in the address bar. The answer is Haymat. Okay, so that's it for this write-up. That's great. And we can move on to the next challenge. Alright, so what's the next challenge going to be? Okay, so the next challenge, it looks like... The next challenge is going to be the Leet challenge over here. So let me go ahead and grab this link. And anybody who wants to try this out themselves, they can access it from this link over here. I think you need to be logged in, but let me check to see if you actually need to be logged in to access the challenge. Yeah, so it looks like you do need to be logged in to access the challenge, but you can make an account over here for free. You just need to make sure to switch the language from Deutsch or German to English, and then you can register an account with this button over here. Stealthy Coder says, "How do you find these epic sites for learning cybersecurity?" I collect these things. So, if anybody's wondering, we're compiling a list of different education sources for cybersecurity stuff over at the HackerFrogs GitHub. So let me go ahead and grab those links just in case you want to take a look at them yourself. They're going to be in this little section here. They're called Education Resources. Okay, so this is the Leet challenge. Let's... Whoops, that's not... Let me grab that link. Okay, and before we start, let's go ahead and start our write-up. So first I need to get back to the Hack the Web section. Okay, we're here. Now we can create a new file. So this is challenge number 105. And it's called Leet. Okay, so we need to record a few different things before we start the challenge. So the URL is this, the category this challenge falls under, we don't know yet, and the concept we also don't know, and the method of solving the challenge we also don't know that. So we should probably start the challenge and then we can find out. Okay, so this is called It's leet in leet speak, which is 1337. Okay, so what do we have? What do you have in common with the Isartor in Munich? You are both elite. All right? And that's why you decide what the answer. And that's why you decide what the answer is. Any answer is accepted as long as it's exactly leet characters long. We need to make an answer that is exactly 1337 characters long? I wonder how we can make a string that is exactly X characters long in some sort of programming language. So we would want to, I mean, we just need to supply a string that is 1337 characters long. And let me change the name of the challenge over here, because it's not leet, it's actually 1337. Are you going to make a script? I think we're going to have to make a script. Let's see. Let me get a new browser tab. So Python. Oh, you know what? You know what we can do? Yeah, this is actually pretty easy. Okay, so say we have a terminal here. Actually, you know what? Instead of a terminal, I'm gonna use the online Python, because we can all use online Python. I think it's .com. Yeah, so this is an online service you can use to run Python code. Okay, so all we need to do here is we need to print out something. So print the letter A, and we're going to multiply it by 1337. And then we'll run the code, and that's going to give us the required number of A's. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we can provide this to the script. Sorry, provide this to the field here. So this, paste that in, press go. This is wrong. What? Any answer is accepted if it is exactly 1337 characters long. Frog screaming. I don't know if let me try it from the terminal instead. So Python run print A times 1337. Okay, I mean, let's grab this, and I'm just gonna double check that this is 1337. Frog screaming, yeah, with the A's, of course. Okay, so we're gonna echo it out, and we're going to word count it. Yeah, so this should be 1337, so I'm just gonna grab this, copy it, and then give it to the web page as an answer. So this is correct. I wonder what went wrong with the last one. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to script this out. Okay, so let's go ahead and write about how we solve the challenge. So I mean, the category, I mean, we could call this a programming challenge. The concept is we need to supply an answer string that is of a specific length. And I guess in parentheses we can put 1337. Okay, so the method of solve here, just write some Python to create a string with a specific length. And we can actually supply the Python command over here. So the Python command is just print A times 1337. And that's it. Camerix says, hi, Shyhat. Hi, Camerix. Nice to see you here. We're just doing some fun little challenges over here, and I guess we can also supply the answer. An acceptable answer is, and we'll just paste in our really big string of A's. That's kind of funny. Okay, let's go ahead and commit this. Alright, let's move on to the next challenge. So hopefully we can get at least a couple more of these challenges finished today. Let's take a look at the next one. Okay, so let's see. The next one is called timestamp. No, the next one is called sum. Alright, so I'm just going to grab the link and provide it to everybody. Camerax says API stuff in a bit, that'll be a blast. Yeah, we're going to be... It's not exactly the most complicated API security testing demonstration, but it will introduce some people that are not really familiar with that. Zelly Panda says, is Rust useful for cybersec or better to learn Python? I would say that Python's probably a better language to learn when you're doing cybersecurity stuff, because a lot of people write scripts in Python for cybersecurity. But not to say that Rust is a bad language, but Python is going to be much more commonly seen when you're doing cybersecurity stuff. Okay, so let's paste in a new challenge. And oh, it's more math stuff. I'm not too good at math stuff, but I'll try to see if I can work through it. Okay, so the next write-up. So each time we do one of these challenges, we do a little write-up because we need to document the stuff that we're doing. So this is challenge number 88. And it's called sum. I guess if it's called sum, it's going to be math-related stuff. Okay, so this is the URL for the challenge. Stacy says, I'm learning C++ for now, was about to go into Bash and assembly afterwards. So Stacy, are you interested in doing binary hacking and reverse engineering stuff? Because C, C++, and assembly, well, that's a pretty good collection of languages to learn if you want to learn about reverse engineering and binary hacking. Okay, but anyways, there's ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm going to run one on YouTube. And we're also going to put on some bird videos, because we don't want anybody to miss out on all the fun stuff. So during the breaks, we just hang out with the birds. So let's hang out with this bird for the next 30 seconds or so. Okay, so I'm just going to take a little water break. Be back in a little bit. Thank you very much for following Skeet Shooter 42. Thank you very much. You are now HackerFrog. Stacy says reverse engineering. Yup. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising. Most people aren't going straight into reverse engineering, but I think reverse engineering is a really cool discipline in cybersecurity. Let's see. Zalapanda says, thanks for the answer. Where's better to start learning cybersecurity? So Zalapanda, tell me what you already know as far as technology stuff is concerned. Maybe I can give you a recommendation as to where you can start learning about cybersecurity stuff. Stacy says, how has 40 minutes already passed? Has it been 40 minutes? No, it's not 40 minutes. It's been about 28 minutes. But I guess I have been online for 40 minutes because I do 10 minutes at the beginning before I start the stream. Okay, so this is the URL here, and what else? So the category of the challenge, the concept for the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, and let's dive into the challenge and see what's actually going on. So just in case anybody didn't catch it, this is the challenge that we're solving right now. Okay, so this is the sum challenge. It says you have many great qualities, such as being pretty attractive and a computer genius. As a computer G, you probably know a quick way to calculate the sum of these numbers. The sum is your answer. You probably know a quick way to calculate the sum of these numbers. So, what is the pattern in here? Jason IT Solution D says, I also want to start learning cybersecurity. And, well, I mean, if you don't know very much about technology already, then I would start with this starter pack. So there's a bunch of different YouTube playlists there. You can start with those. The first two are for IT basics. The third link is for computer networking, which is very important when you're learning about technical cybersecurity stuff. And the last one is just a bunch of challenges that you can learn right now to learn about some basic cybersecurity stuff. Jason IT Solution says, I'm confused where to start. I already have some IT and software knowledge. I would say, Jason IT Solution, the first thing you want to figure out is what kind of role you want to do in cybersecurity, because depending on what role you're aiming for, the training is going to be pretty different, and you definitely don't want to spend time training for something that you're not actually interested in doing in the future. Okay, so you probably know a quick way to calculate the sum of these numbers. The sum is your answer. Okay, so let's see. What is the relationship between these? So these are on a grid. 9, 18, 10, 23, 25. Use a Python scraper. I mean, we could just plug all of these into a calculator, but I don't think that's the way we're supposed to do it. We need to find some sort of pattern. So Jason IT Solutions says security analyst. Okay. S2M Green says use a Python scraper. Right. So Jason IT Solutions says you want to become a security analyst. I think that's more of a. I mean, I don't know too much about defensive roles, but it sounds like security analyst, security operations center. Like, you know, that's the type of place that you want to work in, right? So let's see. Stacy says, what if you get the HTML code without the grid? It's Mono says, git. We don't have a git command quite yet, but if you want to take a look at the GitHub for HackerFrogs, let me grab the link for you. Zalapanda says, I prefer red team. I mean, everybody's going to have different preferences. That's not a problem. But there's a website that caters towards defensive stuff. It's called Cyber Defenders. Let's see, cyberdefenders.org. Yeah, I would check this out. Jason IT Solution. There you go. Camrex says, can you do an injection command for summing the numbers? Injection command, you mean... I mean, I'm not sure. I think there's some there has to be some sort of I'm thinking that there must be some sort of pattern here. And if there's a pattern, like, you know, if you could figure out the pattern, you might be able to figure out pretty quickly. Camric says, honestly, you'd have better luck getting onto a red team if you had some blue team experience. That's also true, but it's if you look at it that way, that means you have to learn everything at once, and that's not that's not necessarily the best way to go about it. I think learning for your specialty, especially when you're first starting out, is probably the better way to go about it. Jason IT Solution says, any red team websites because you have to think like one. I mean, that's true as well. I mean, I deal with both defensive tools and offensive tools because one kind of works its way into the other, because, you know, The good guys and the bad guys use the same kind of technologies. Okay, so you probably know a quick way to calculate the sum of these numbers. You know what? Because I'm not good at math, I'm just going to... I wonder if this copies the table. I'll provide this to the AI. Maybe it can identify the pattern that I'm not seeing here. Zalbantis says, but how do I know finding a job for blue team is much easier? I mean, I'm pretty sure there are many more blue team roles than there are red team roles. But let's see. Is there a trick to summing up a series of numbers like the following? Okay, and then I'll provide the numbers. No numbers are repeated. Are none of these are these numbers not repeated? Yeah, I mean it looks like it's just a series of numbers. So it's the numbers from 1 to 50 something? Okay, it decided it didn't want to work. Maybe I can ask this to a different AI. I'll try ChatGPT. Oh, there are two 27s. Really? You need to make a sort with Python. Stay logged out. Okay. So let's go ahead and try this. There are tricks and strategies you can use to sum up a long list of numbers more efficiently, especially when they're not in any particular order like in your example. So group for simplicity, pairing method. So you would just add up two numbers and then add up the, yeah? Using a calculator or a script. For longer lists like this, it's often faster and more accurate to use a small program or calculator. I mean... Would you like me to calculate the sum for you right now? Well, I mean, I don't think... At least 3. You saw 3 27s. Oh. Well, I mean, if we wanted to do this with Python, it would be pretty easy to do. Or at least I think it would be pretty easy to do. Okay. Alright, so we got our numbers here, right? So if we have our numbers, we copy-pasted them. We would do... GX000 has just subscribed. Thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. GX000. You are my longest subscriber. Thank you very much. Okay, so... Okay, so let's see. Nobody on YouTube says... What should I learn for bug bounty? I just started learning pen testing and red teaming. I'm new to hacking. So nobody, hello, nice to see you here. What I would say, if you really want to learn about bug bounty, what I would do is I would start learning about web app security, because bug bounty is basically doing web app security for different websites. So let's see. I've got some learning resources for web app, and let me go ahead and get those. Alright, so HackerFrogs, we've got our education resources, and we've got the one for web app hacking. So here, follow this link. So web app education, over here, we've got a bunch of links. We've got web app hacking education as well. We've got some other challenges and courses. What I would do is first you need to learn about how web apps work. That's pretty essential. The next thing you want to do is you want to learn about a bunch of different web app vulnerabilities and then figure out what you want to specialize in. Most people who do bug bounties for a living, they look for one specific type of web app bug on every one of the applications that they're testing. Choose one that you enjoy hacking against, and hopefully you can start making some money doing bug bounty hunting. It's not something I've done myself, but this is the feeling I get from my experience seeing what the bug bounty world is like. Okay, so what were we doing? So we can probably do some Python, right? So Python command. Well, actually, we don't necessarily need a command, so we just need to grab the numbers here, right? So if we grab the numbers, we can do some Python over here, say. Okay, so over here in our Python window, so numbers equals a list. Then again, we need to turn this into... Okay, we'll start off with numbers as a string of numbers. The next thing we need to do is we need to put them into a list. So I just call this num list. It's going to be numbers dot hold on. Python turn string into list separated by spaces. Okay, so Zelapanda says, how do you think, how much time would it take to learn from scratch? To say, now I know what I'm doing in hacking and I'm not a blind cat anymore. Nobody says, thanks man, really helps a lot. Well, I mean, I hope it helps. And good luck on your cybersecurity journey. How much time would you have to learn from scratch? I would say, I would give yourself at least a couple of years. So to learn, if you're learning from absolutely nothing to looking for a job in cybersecurity, I would do at least 2 years of full-time study. It doesn't necessarily have to be from, at a school. You can learn on your own, and I think learning on your own is something you're going to need to learn to do, because most people in cybersecurity, they're self-starters. And if you can't do some research and figure out how to teach yourself some skills, it's going to be very, very difficult. Camric says Pebble is a great example. Yeah, Pebble has just graduated high school, and he's already starting his first major job in cybersecurity. It's kind of an awesome thing. So let's see, mystring.split. Okay, so let's go back here. So numbers.split, and that's going to create a bunch of numbers. And then from there we can sum everything in the list, right? Okay. Add up numbers in a list. So calculate the sum of numbers in a list in Python. We want Python specifically. Sum function. So sum numbers. Okay. So before we do this, we need to figure out what these are. So let's print the type in the num list. So I think this should be strings, and we can't sum up strings. So this is a class list. Okay, what about each one of the things in the list? So for example, let's say the 0 element. Zelapanda says, not a fast way, couple of years. Zelapanda, I hope you weren't expecting me to say like 3 months or something, because that's not super realistic. If you're coming at it from knowing absolutely nothing about technology, you're going to have to put in a lot of time to study this stuff. Okay, so these are strings. How do we convert these? We need to convert each one of these things into numbers. So I think what we want to do here is we want to sum... Okay. Convert strings in list to integers in Python. Converting all strings in a list to integers in Python. Okay, there's an article. Stacy says, I started on Try Hack Me, and it feels like you're slowly starting to understand stuff, just as if you were traveling in time, starting with protocols that were not made for security in the 90s or 80s, and slowly you go forwards towards harder and more complex stuff. Or is it just me? Larvine, by the way. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so list map integer A. Ah, okay. So I guess you need to map it, huh? Map to integer? Now we're suddenly learning about Python. Great. So list. So B equals list map integer A. Got a bit more complicated. Okay. So the numbers list is here, and then we want to list map integers the num list. Okay, and then after we do that, we would do, let's see. Larvine, by the way, says, your channel is very informative. I love your stream. Thank you. Thank you very much, Larvine, by the way. You have a Discord server I can join? It's taking a little longer to create the Discord server than I thought it would. Check in next week. I'm setting up a lot of the stuff on the Discord server right now. But try next week. Thank you very much, Larvine. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to check the type. So print type of, let's call this num list integer. Num list integer element 0. Thank you very much for subscribing. OWZusa, is that how I pronounce your name? Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you very much. If you have a Prime subscription, if you have Amazon Prime, then you can subscribe on Twitch for free, and it gives me $2.50, which I would really appreciate. Okay, so everybody, here's a Hack the Planet. Thank you very much, OWZusa.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, now these numbers are integers, so we can just sum up the integers. So okay, so we just do sum of num list int and let's see what comes up. OreoBite. Wow, welcome OreoBite. OreoBite is a great cybersecurity streamer, and if you're not following OreoBite, what are you doing with your life? Here's their link. Go ahead and follow them on Twitch. TooFatShow, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so let's sum up all these numbers. Of course the numbers add up to LEET, 1337. Okay, so that's going to be the number. I guess, I mean, it's fun to come up with a programmatic solution, and we like using Python. So I guess we'll provide the, let's see, code the solution in Python. Wow, and we can supply the code that we used for the solution. Alright, so category, I mean, I guess we would call this a programming challenge, because we use programming to solve the challenge. Larvine, by the way, says, I was coding yesterday, pretty hellish, if you ask me. It really depends on what you're coding, but I can understand that debugging your code especially can be kind of a frustrating experience. Okay, so the concept is add up all the numbers. And what else? Python can help. Any other programming language can do the same kind of thing. Okay, so we got our coded, our Python code that gives us the answer. Oh, I guess we should also talk about the answer as well. The answer is 1337, or the hacker number. Okay, let's commit those changes, and then let's give the answer. Maybe we can do one more challenge before we finish. We finish with hack the web for the day. So the answer is 1337. Okay, this is correct. Great. Larvine says, I'm writing a chat box with dynamic responses, but it's hellish and the codebase is very ugly. I have to debug it every time I add a new line. GX00 says, my project today is coding an agentic hacker. Yeah, have you taken a look at what technology are you using, GX00? Let me know, because I previously used the Claude computer use tool. If you're using something different, I'd love to know. Okay, so let's see. Which challenge are we going to do this time? I think we can try this game save challenge. Let me get the link. GX00 says, I'm using Python with a local instance of Ollama and its API. Yeah, I mean, I really want to... I want to start experimenting with that stuff as well. Okay, so this is the game save challenge. Let's create a little file for it. So this is challenge number 65. And this is called game save. Okay. So the URL for the challenge is this. The category for this challenge, not sure. The concept, also not sure. And how to solve the thing, also not sure. So let's take a look at the challenge. Okay, so game save. Most games save their game states in an encrypted form. Even this little game here on the page. Reach 999999 gold and enter your game state as the answer. You can play the game or trick it. Okay, so we got some, so I guess we're doing some game hacking. Let's figure out what's going on. Cypher, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's take a look at the game. They've got the game state in base 64 here. All right, so this is an encrypted string. Well, it's not an encrypted string; it's an encoded string. So this is base 64. This is a base 64 encoded string. So if we take the string, I mean, we could use a web app to do this. We could use a bunch of different methods. So base 64 decode. So if we were to use this web app here, we could paste in the base 64 encoded string, decode it, and it's just gold 1. Gold 1, great. But we actually need gold, what was it? Gold 999999? CyberChef is best. Yeah, I mean, we could also use CyberChef, but we could also just use the good old Linux terminal. So we've got our Linux terminal here. Hold on. So if we know that we need to encode this into base 64, we can just echo this out. Yeah, so we can just echo this out and then pipe it into base 64 encode. And this will give us the encoded string that we need to give to the binary. Zelapanda says, you feel like 2000 back in the year 2000? Yeah, I mean, the internet was a very different place back in the year 2000. Slever says, hey, long time no see. I haven't been on stream because I fixed my sleeping schedule. I mean, congratulations on fixing your sleeping schedule, Slevers. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we just need to encode gold as whatever number we need from the game. And the game wants us to have this amount of gold. So we can just copy this. Then we can go back to the terminal. We can paste in that amount of gold, and we can base64 encode this. So this is the string that we need to give to the game to finish the game. Okay, so we're just going to copy that, and we'll go back to... So you just need to enter your game state as the answer. So the game state is going to be this. So gold equals 9999999. So we can just press go. And this is correct. Okay, great. So Larvine says, I don't know what to do with my next project. Can you install base64? I mean, base64, you can do it pretty easily from the web app over here. It's just called base64decode.org, and you can also encode with it as well. So for example, if you want to encode this string over here, this one, you would just grab the string, you'd paste it in, and then you'd click on encode, and then it gives you the base64 string. So Slever says, I may not stay long because I might fall asleep. Slevers, if you need to sleep, please prioritize sleep over watching the stream. You can watch it. You can watch it after the stream is over. That's fine. You can watch the recording. Larvine says, I'm trying to do the same thing with C#, but I couldn't figure out how to do the encryption. I need files that I have files that need encryption. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, this kind of stuff, it's tough, but the answer should be out there. You can ask the AI, or you could look. You could start Google searching it, or whatever search engine you like. And yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and record the answer. Over here. Okay, I think this might be the last challenge we're doing for the day. Okay, so the category for this challenge, I guess we would call it cryptography. It's not really cryptography because it's encoding. But some people get really mad when you say that encoding is cryptography, because it's not actually cryptography. But the concept is going to be base64 encoding and decoding. And that's all you need to know about the challenge. Okay, so the method of solve is the amount of gold you have in this game. Oh wow, there's I worked through my break. Okay, we're gonna take a very short break because I need to drink some water. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. But in the meantime, why don't you hang out with the birds? Okay, just gonna have a little water, be back in a sec. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to our write-up. Okay, so the amount of gold you have in this game is encoded as a base64 string. So we need to figure out the pattern for how much gold we have, then replace the amount with the how many zeros did we need to use there? Hold on. This number. Gold that we require. Cypher says, I like the geese and peacocks in your garden. Well, I mean, they're not peacocks. They're jays. They're stellar jays. But yeah, I mean, I like the birds. The birds are a lot of fun, and they provide a little bit of excitement to an otherwise boring day. Cypher says, I got chased by a squatter while urban exploring. I was deep in an abandoned place. So, I mean, that's the problem with the exploring abandoned places. Sometimes you'll run into all sorts of interesting people. You just have to be careful when you're doing your urban exploration. Okay, so the initial string, base64 string is this. So if we decode that string, it is this. So we need to use a base64 encoding app or program to encode the following string. So the string is just going to be this, but the number is going to be this. Okay, and the answer is this thing over here. Okay, that's done. Alright, so everybody, this is, well, I mean, the game we've been playing is Hack the Web. You can find it over at this link over here. I highly recommend it. It's, the challenges are usually not too difficult, and they really get you thinking about a lot of different technology topics. So this is, well, I mean, we've got more... We have more challenges to go through, and we're probably going to be doing those next week. I'm not too sure how far away we are from the end of the game, but hopefully we can get a lot more value out of solving these challenges. Okay, so let's go ahead and close out the game. Let me close some of these tabs, because if I have too many tabs open, it starts to impact the the quality of the virtual machine I have here. Okay, and let's go ahead and start the next topic. So the next topic is going to be topic number 2, which is, well, we're going to do a demonstration on how to solve the API base machine from Dockerlabs. So Dockerlabs is a fun cybersecurity education platform where we can... Oh, what is going on with these buttons? Let me reload this. Okay, that's better. Alright, so I'm just going to put another hour on the clock and then we'll start. Okay, so we're going to be doing the API base challenge over here. Now which one is it? Here it is. So if anybody wants to do this challenge as well, you can download the challenge from this link. And what you're going to need is you're going to need to have a Linux distribution that has Docker installed. because the scripts that are used to deploy the machines on this website they're made for Linux because they're Bash scripts, and and obviously in order to deploy Docker containers, you're going to need to have Docker installed on your machine as well. Okay, so before we start, let me just make sure that I have the stuff installed here. Okay, so this should be in the downloads directory. Okay, we got the API base files here. Okay. All right. And let me pull up my notes over here just real quick. So this is a walkthrough for Dockerlabs. This is from the very easy category. This is API base. And we got a PDF file that I created so that I can start talking about some of the concepts in here. Whoops. Okay, so we're going to be talking about how to hack against APIs in just a second, but let me do my introduction for this machine first. Okay everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the API-based machine from Dockerlabs. Let's go ahead and start with the video. So this is from Dockerlabs, and on Dockerlabs you're able to download Docker containers and then deploy the machines on your local Linux machine and then hack against those machines. It's a very convenient way to do security exercises, and this is how you start. So the first thing you do after you download the Docker container, so for example, we've got API base. We can click on the download button here, and then we can download it from this mega.nz site. So after the file is downloaded, you'll want to go over to your downloads directory, and you're going to see the API-base.zip file here after it's downloaded. So from there you can just unzip the file, and there's going to be two files unzipped. There's going to be autodeploy.sh and API-base.tar. So the way we deploy these Docker containers is using the script over here. So in order to do that, we need to make the autodeploy script executable, and then we need to run the autodeploy script with the API-base.tar file. So just run the command here, and it's going to give you a little message in Spanish because Dockerlabs is a Spanish website, so the machines here are going to be in Spanish. But that's just fine because we can translate all of the stuff that we see in the output if we don't speak Spanish. Okay, so after a few seconds, we're going to see that the Docker container is deployed at this IP address. So this IP address is available on our machine on the Docker 0 interface. So the networking interface, our machine is 172.17.0.1, and the Docker machine is 172.17.0.2. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by nmap scanning it. And when we nmap scan a machine, thank you very much for following Invisible Hustler. That's a fun name. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so when we nmap scan a remote server, we're trying to figure out what open ports are available on the server to see what we can hack against. So we run nmap with -p- to scan all the ports, -t4 to run it very fast but not too fast, and determine we're going to run common scripts and versioning information on whatever services we find with this flag over here. We're going to run it very verbose, which is important, because if we don't run it very verbose, we don't see any output until the end of the scan. And then we have to specify the IP address. So when we run the scan, it's going to tell us almost immediately that there are two ports open on the system. There's port 22, and port 22 is associated with the SSH service. The SSH service is remote login, which is a method through which you can access a computer or a remote server from your local server. And the other port that's open is port 5000. So port 5000 is a little bit unusual, but Nmap tells us that it's serving the HTTP website. So HTTP is unencrypted web pages, and we can actually check out what's going on that website by running a very quick web app enumeration tool. So we can run dirb, for example, and this is a pretty old tool that can be used to try to determine what endpoints are available on a particular website. So an endpoint is basically a directory or a file, and when we run the tool, it says it couldn't connect. Okay, you know why it couldn't connect? Because we need to specify the port in this case. So the default port for HTTP is port 80, but in this case, we're scanning against port 5000. So we need to add the colon and the port number, which is 5000. Okay, so immediately it starts telling us that there are a couple of directories it was able to find, the add directory and the console directory. So we're actually going to find out in just a second what exactly is going on with this web app. Xmetric says, in before cupcake overdose. Cupcake overdose. I'm not exactly sure what cupcake overdose refers to, but let me know in the chat. Thank you, Xmetric. Okay, so we're just going to navigate manually to the website using the web browser here. 172.17.02 on port 5000. It does sound delicious, though. I would love to overdose on cupcakes. That sounds like a good time. Okay, so we see some JSON information that's being sent back to us. It says no endpoint selected. Please use /add to add a user or /users to query users. Diabetes incoming. Well, I mean, does anybody here know Wilfred Brimley? Wilfred Brimley is the diabetes man. But not really the diabetes man, but he was an old actor who talked a lot about diabetes and eating oatmeal. Anyways, what were we doing? Okay, let's start talking about how to test against APIs. Spokesperson, yeah, for a time. So this is the API base machine. We're talking about web app APIs. So web apps often incorporate APIs as part of their function. So what is an API? API stands for Application Programming Interface, and they allow web apps to interface with each other, and they usually do it through something called API endpoints. So APIs use standard HTTP methods to specified API endpoints to perform different functions, such as creating users, editing user details, deleting users, all this other fun stuff. So Xmetric says, the guy from the movie Cocoon. Yeah, I think Wilfred Brimley was already an old guy in the movie Cocoon as well. Xmetric says, meme of him saying diabetes. Diabetes, yeah, he had a pretty strong southern accent. And he would, instead of saying diabetes, he would say diabetes. Anyways, okay. So APIs are ways for web applications to perform certain actions. And APIs, web app APIs often include documentation within the app. And this app's landing page, indicates that there are the following endpoints. So there's the add endpoint and the user's endpoint. Turd Ferguson says, was Wilfred Brimley ever not an old dude? That's a good question. I mean, you probably have to go back to the 1930s or the 1940s to find Wilfred Brimley as a young man. He was probably in a few movies back then. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be testing the API endpoints. So we want to test the API endpoints to see how they work. So the add endpoint doesn't use regular GET requests. So if we go over to the website here, and we go over to the add endpoint, which we would use to add users, it says that the method is not allowed. So the method they're referring to is the get method. So that's the regular method for retrieving information from web pages. And what we would need to do is we would need to use Burp Suite to start modifying our requests. Xmetric says he came out of the womb as an old person. Wilfred Brimley, okay, Frog, I'm gonna go. I need to get some coffee. Or Telnet like a pro. Telnet to access. Well, I mean, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I would use something a little more sophisticated like Burp Suite. But if you want to be a pro, I guess you could use Telnet, yeah, or Netcat, sure. But Larvine, let's play you off because we've got Keyboard Cat, and the famous line is "Play him off, Keyboard Cat." Catch you later. Okay, so Larvine, by the way, it's !redeem space keyboard cat, but I'm pretty sure it's on a 2-minute cooldown, so you won't be able to play it right away. Okay, so we would go over to proxy, and then we would start up the web browser for Burp Suite. So inside of Burp Suite, we can open up the Burp Suite web browser, and anything that is sent through the web browser in Burp Suite is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. So we just go back to the web app over here, and then we would go over to the add endpoint. So it says method not allowed, but that's fine. We're going to go over to Burp Suite now. We're going to go to the HTTP history, and then we're going to take a look at the request over here to the add endpoint. So we see here that this is all the information that we sent to the web server. We can modify the request inside of the Burp Suite repeater. So what we would need to do is we would need to click on the add request here. We would right click, and then we would click on send to repeater. And then we would go over to the Burp Suite repeater over here. So in the Burp Suite repeater, we need to modify the request over here. So we know that this method is not allowed, the get method, but we can switch the method from get to the post method. So we can right click and then click on change request method. So this will change it over to a post method. And we can just send something to the server. Let's just send add, I don't know, username. So we're trying to create a user with this endpoint over here. And usually, typically when you add a user to a system, you have to send her a post request to the web application, which includes a username and password. So we have to specify what user we want to add and their password. So username equals something and password equals something. So in their case, we're going to create a user called the Shy Hat, and the password is going to be HackerFrogs. So we're just going to go back to Burp Suite. Username equals the Shy Hat and password equals HackerFrogs. Okay, and after we've edited this, we can just send this request off, and we can take a look at what response came back. So the message says user added, which means, well, I guess that means we added this user successfully. So the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out the other endpoint, because there are two endpoints that are indicated by the landing page. So the other endpoint that we can test is the users endpoint. So /users. The endpoint seems to want a specific URL parameter, which we can fuzz for. So we're just going to go back to the application over here. We can go over to the users endpoint. And it says invalid parameter. So what it's referring to here are URL parameters. So URL parameters are a method where we can send I guess the parameters of our request through a specific URL parameter. I mean, if we were to talking about URL parameters, I can illustrate something real quick over at Google. So if we go over to Google and we were to search for apples, you're going to notice that inside of the endpoint, there's going to be this over here. Hold on. Let's make this nice and big. So there's going to be a question mark, and then there's going to be something, and then it's going to be equal something. In this case, what we're searching for is apples. So we have to send a URL parameter with our search requests to Google to indicate what we're going to be searching for. So we can supply this to the application that we're looking for right now. We're looking at right now, rather. Let me demonstrate how to do that. So if we go over to the web application and we send some sort of URL parameter, for example, test equals who am I, it's going to say invalid parameter. So what we can do is we can fuzz for the parameter. Fuzzing is basically testing all the combinations, and we can do that with a program called FFUF. So this is where we're going to do it. Let me take a look at my notes. Okay, so we're going to use a command that looks kind of like this. Before we run it, let's talk about what the different parts of this command are. Okay, so we run FFUF. We have to specify a URL that we're going to be testing. So this is going to be the application on port 5000. It's going to be the user's endpoint, and we have to specify something that we're going to be testing. So we're just going to do !fuzz, and fuzz, that's going to be replaced by everything inside of a word list. So fuzz equals testing, and we've got a word list that we're going to be using. It's a specialized list of parameter names, and it's called burp parameter names.txt. It's just a bunch of common parameter names that we're going to be testing against. We're going to get all of the responses from the web server, but we're going to filter, well, we're going to try to filter out everything that comes back of a certain size. So if I run it without the filter, then it's going to give us the result of sending all these different payloads over here. But all of the ones that are incorrect are size 35. So we need to filter these out. So we're just going to tack on filter on size 35. After we do that, we're going to see that one parameter comes back, and that parameter is username. So because we did our fuzzing over here, we figured out that username is the name of the parameter that is valid for the application. So we're just going to go back to the application here, and the parameter name is going to be username, and we're just going to try test as the username. Okay, so it just tells us that the user's not found, but there was a user that we successfully added to the system, and that was the Shy Hat. So if we send that, then we see what I'm assuming is going to be our user ID number, which is number 3. We've got the username, which is the Shy Hat, and we got the password for this account, which is HackerFrogs. So this is really bad. It tells us that the API is going to expose usernames and passwords if you fuzz it, if you fuzz it successfully. So this is a very big security problem. And let's talk a little bit about this before we fuzz for valid usernames. So we discovered that the parameter that the app is looking for is the username parameter. And because we know that, we can fuzz for valid usernames. Okay, so we're going to be using FFUF to fuzz for the valid usernames. Let's go back. So before we fuzz for the valid usernames, what we're going to do is we're just going to see what what this request looks like over in Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, we're going to go over to, let's see, hold on. We need to record this in the web app first. Okay, so let's see. The endpoint is going to be username equals oh, sorry. So slash users username equals test. Okay, so it says error user not found. That's fine. Turd Ferguson says, think like a dev, use MD5 and send it to production. MD5. MD5. Needensec, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. Let's redeem a Hack the Planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
But yeah, Turd Ferguson, I mean, MD5 is also not super secure, so you'd probably want to use something a little more secure than MD5. But maybe that's what you meant. Maybe that's exactly what you meant. Okay, so we're going to test all of the usernames to see which ones are valid. And so over here, we've got the valid request. We're just going to save this. We're going to save this, and we're going to save it as a file to use with the FFUF program. So we're just going to right-click on the request. We're going to click on copy to file. Then we're going to save this as a file. We're going to call it user_request.txt. And then we're going to call it user fuzz. Okay, and then we're going to save this out. And then we're going to go back to our terminal here. And my music stopped. Just a second, I need to play the music. Where is it? Okay, here. Okay, so so this time when we use wfuzz, it's going to be a little bit different. And this is the command we're going to be using over here. So let's talk about what we're doing. So we're going to match all the codes that come back from the web server. We're going to use a request file. So instead of specifying all the stuff that we need to contact the server, we're going to be using a file with all that information inside of it already. GX00 says, play that funky music. Yeah. And so what is inside of the request file over here? Let's take a look. So what we need to do is we need to modify the user fuzz.txt file a little bit. So we're going to do it inside of the text editor here. So this is all of the headers that we need to communicate with the server, but we're going to specify that this is the point that we want to fuzz. So username equals something. We need to figure out what the valid username is. So instead of test, we're just going to specify that this is the fuzzing point by putting in the word fuzz here. Then we're going to save the file, and then we're going to go back and run FFUF. We're going to use a specific user list, and the user list we're using is from the seclist repository. It's a repository of a lot of security-related word lists, and this one's called ZatoNet 10 million usernames.txt. We're just going to test to see which usernames come back. And we also need to figure out what we need to filter on. Whoops, where was it? Okay. Because if we send it without a filter, then we're going to get a lot of, well, we're going to figure out that we need to filter it some way, otherwise we're going to get a lot of output. So we see that the size of all these unsuccessful requests are all size 32. So we're just going to filter on size 32 and then run it again. So this is actually going to take a little while, but I'll tell you yeah, this is going to take a little while. So we're just gonna talk a little bit about what we're doing right now. So we're fuzzing the application. We're trying to figure out which username is valid. And after we figure out the valid username, we're going to try to take a look at their information, because we know that the application tells you the username and password if you know what the username is. If we go back to the application here and we put in a valid username, for example, the Shy Hat, which we created, it tells us the password here. So if we were to find any usernames using the API fuzzing, then we could figure out what their password is, and then that would be a very big score for us, very bad thing for security. This is where the demonstration slows down. So if anybody has any questions about any of the stuff we're doing or anything about security in general, I think we might be sitting here for a minute. Oh wait, we just got something back. Okay, great. Never mind. Okay, so we got back this username over here, Pingu, and we're going to be checking out this this username to see if we can get their password. So through fuzzing, we discover a valid username on the system, and the entry includes the user's password. So this is this is an example of APIs knowing way more than, well, revealing way more than they should. So if we go over to the application, and then we go over to username equals Pingu, which is one that we found out. So we see here that there is Pingu your password, and there's also Pingu Pinguinazio. And this is the this actually turns out to be the password for the SSH login for this user here, Pingu. So I'm just going to copy this. We're going to go over to our terminal. Actually, I think we can shut this off. Okay. And then we're going to log in as the Pingu user to the server here. It's going to ask us for the password. We copied the password, just going to paste it in. And now we're logged in as the Pingu user. Decryptor says, "Yo Frog, loving the content." Thank you very much, Decryptor, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so now we have to call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got in. All right, so I'm just going to call up the Scary Hacker Voice Man and leave it to them.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. API Base Administrator, it seems like your API shares a little bit too much about the users. That is a big mistake. We decided to fuzz the API and find out valid usernames, and then we found out their password. Maybe you knew about these security flaws in your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so now we are in, and after we break into a server, after we get initial access, what we need to do is we need to escalate our privileges to be not a regular user, but the super user. So the super user on a Linux system is called root. So what we want to do is we want to elevate our access so that when we type in who am I to see what user we are, we're not the Pingu user, but the root user. So the way we elevate our privileges on this system, and the method for privilege escalation is going to be different on every one of these exercises, is inside the home directory, there's a funny file called network.pcap. So pcap files are, well, they're network packet capture files. So network packets are packets that are sent over a network, and they're all packaged up in this capture file. What we're going to do is we're going to investigate the PCAP file to do our privilege escalation. Terry Ferguson says, that kills me every time. I love it. Hey, we're here to inject a little bit of fun into cybersecurity. So, you know, if we can't have fun, then why bother doing it, right? Okay, so we're just going to download this file to our local machine, and then we're going to look at it inside of the Wireshark program. So let me see if... Okay, so this is the command we're going to be using. The command we're going to be using, it's called scopy, or secure copy, and we're going to specify a port number. Well, we don't need to in this case. We're going to specify the username that we're going to access, so the Pingu user, the IP address, and the location of the file, which is home pcap, home/network pcap, and we're going to copy it to our current directory. So when we run this, it's going to ask for the Pingu user's password. And let me just copy that again, and then paste it in. And then afterwards, we've got the file copied to our local drive, which is the attacker machine. So to open this inside of Wireshark, we could use Wireshark, or we can just use the xdg open command. So xdg open is a Linux command that we can use to open a file with its default program. And for the PCAP files, it's going to be the Wireshark program. Okay, so this is Wireshark. It's a little bit... Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Can I increase the size? Yes, I can. Awesome. Okay. So we can increase the size of the interface here. And this PCAP is not super complicated. In fact, there are very few packet captures, which is kind of unusual. Usually packet capture files have hundreds, if not thousands, of packets. In this case, there are only 6. So we can actually go through each one of these manually to see if there's anything suspicious inside of the packets. So we can see the contents of the packet over here in both hexadecimal and ASCII form. And over here we've got login root. So that's kind of suspicious. So login root, the next packet after that is password balulero, which could be an indication that the root password is balulero. It couldn't be that easy, could it? Well, actually it is. So if we go back to... Well, let's talk a little bit about this before we finish up. So the privilege escalation for this box is expose credentials in a PCAP file. So there's a PCAP file located in the /home directory. So when downloaded and examined, we see that it contains the credentials for the root user. So I'm not saying that this is an especially unrealistic scenario. People might have sensitive credentials lying around in PCAP files. It is possible. This is why we have to be very careful about what we expose, especially on public directories and not secure directories. But yeah, having your root password exposed in a public directory is not very safe. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to go back to our shell access over here. So we're now the Pingu user. We know that the root password is this over here, balulero. So we're just going to become the root user with the su command. A fun thing is if you run the su command by itself, it automatically tries to log in or to switch users over to the root account. So type in balulero, and now we're the root user. So who am I? We're now root, which means
What are you?
I'm system root.
okay, now we're the root user. So we're essentially finished with the exercise. We can move into the root directory, which is the most secure place in a Linux server, and we see that the root directory is empty. So usually in these exercises there would be some sort of flag, some sort of file that we need to access in order to prove that we finished the exercise, but there's none over here. Oasis, nice to see you here with the flag, thank you. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to wander into the var www directory, there's nothing there. So var, I wonder where the application lives. Okay, but anyways, we've essentially finished the exercise. So let's talk a little bit about what we did in this system before we wrap up. So for this exercise here, it's called API Base. We were doing web app API testing. So APIs are application programming interfaces. They're a pretty common part of web applications, and they let the application run a bunch of different functions. For example, getting files, creating new users, deleting users, getting user information, and other stuff like that. So through fuzzing and testing against the API, we were able to discover how the API endpoints work, and then we were able to discover valid username, which included their password. So with that, we were able to log in as that user, and from there we found exposed credentials inside of a pcap file lying around in a publicly accessible directory, and we used that to become the root user. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the API base challenge over at the Dockerlabs platform. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, everybody, we're not finishing the stream. We're just finishing this part of the stream. So I guess we can start a little bit early on the next part of today's stream. So what are we doing next? We're going to be writing a web application next. So I am not a web app developer. It's just that I'm trying to figure out how to write applications so that I can better do hacking against the applications. So we're going to be following a tutorial, and we're going to try to figure out how to create a PHP forum. Some forum software by using the PHP language. So the reason why we're learning PHP is because PHP is very commonly used in these kind of web app security exercises. So we would probably benefit from learning a little bit more about PHP. Most hackers are not developers, but some of the best hackers in the world also understand development and coding to a pretty high degree. So we're just going to try to upgrade our skills a little bit by doing some web app development over here. But anyways, let me go ahead and shut off the timer for this exercise, and we'll switch up the topics. Let's see, topic 2, done. Topic 3, started, and topic 4 is going to be picoCTF. That's what we're going to be doing after we do this one. So we'll spend about, I don't know, we can give ourselves about, let's say 70 minutes to do this next part. And after 70 minutes, we will we'll take a look and see if we're happy with how far we got. Okay, so we're going to be following this tutorial over here, and let's see what is going on. Can we make this a little bigger? Okay, so in this tutorial, we're going to build a PHP MySQL powered forum from scratch. This tutorial is perfect for getting used to basic PHP and database usage. Let's dive right in. So this is an article from, well, it's actually not as old as I thought it would be. So it's about 2 years old. And let's see. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create database tables. So it was a good idea to start by creating a good data model when building the application. Let's see what we're going to build in our application briefly. Okay, so we're going to make a forum where users can create topics in various categories. Other users can post replies to the topics, and as you can see, I've highlighted a couple of nouns which represent our table names. So inside of the tables, we're going to be using categories, topics, posts, and users. Let's take a quick look at the database diagram. So this is another thing that most of the time we don't pay attention to as hackers. And this is organization of SQL databases. So there's going to be Slever says, just finishing some quizzes on my CCNA certification. Then I have to finish quizzes for CCNA 3, and I have until August 31st. I didn't know that CCNA was split up into different sections. So there's CCNA 1 through 3. I actually didn't know. I don't know very much about the CCNA certification, but thank you very much for letting me know about that. And good luck with your studying. Okay, so we're going to have 4 different tables. There's going to be categories, replies, users, and topics. So each one of these tables is going to have a bunch of different columns that we need to set up before we can create the application, basically. Okay. So let's see. It looks pretty neat. Every square is a database table. All the columns are listed in it. And lines between them are the relationships. Okay, so we've got the categories table, which is related to the topics table. And the topics table is related to the users table. And the users table is related to the replies table. And the replies table is related to the topics table. Okay, great. Okay, I'll discuss each table by explaining the SQL, which I've created using the schema above. Some editors, like SQL Workbench, can generate .sql files too. I'd recommend learning SQL because it's more fun to do yourself. Thank you very much, Mika, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. You're now a HackerFrog. Let's give you a NanCat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the create table statement is used to indicate that we want to create a new table. The statement is followed by the names of the tables and all the columns. The names of all the fields are self-explanatory, so we'll only discuss the data types below. Okay, so we can just copy-paste this into MySQL. I wonder if we can... Yeah, this is all one statement over here. Okay, let's actually, before we do this, let's do a little bit of reading about what we're going to be putting in. Slever says CCNA 1 is for static networking, CCNA 2 is for pool holes, and CCNA 3 is for security. Pool holes. I've never heard of pool holes. Could you explain very briefly what pool holes are? Okay, so user ID, the type in this field is integer. So user ID is a number, okay? This field cannot be empty and increments when each record is inserted. Okay, so after number 1 is number 2, after number 2 is number 3, etc., etc. The bottom of the table, you can see the user ID field is also declared as the primary key. A primary key is used to uniquely identify each row in the table. No 2 distinct rows in the table can have the same value. Okay, so primary key means that user IDs can't, rows can't share user IDs. So number 1 is unique, number 2 is unique, number 3 is unique, etc., etc. Let's assume that there's a user called John Doe. If another user registers the same name, there's a problem because it's difficult to identify which user is which. You can't tell, and the database can't tell either. By using a primary key, the problem is solved because both topics are unique. So all the other tables have primary keys too, and they work in the same way. So there's a username, user password, user email, user date, user level. Okay. I get user level means if they're a regular user or an admin. Okay, there's a categories table. And that's going to be... Well, I think I might skip across some of this because if it's super important, we might come back later. I copied the code for the users table over here, and let's see if we can create the table. So we're just going to go over to... hold on. We need to shut down the stuff we did for the previous exercise. So the best part of doing live demonstrations is doing the cleanup afterwards. Okay, so Slever says instead of making individual IDs, you can configure the terminal where it automatically makes IDs for you. It's mostly used in airports in big places. Are you talking about the pool holes, or are you talking about something else, Levers? Let us know. Thank you. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of cleanup. And I guess we need a tab for MySQL, so I'm just going to make one real quick. MySQL stuff, because this is where we're going to be editing our tables and such. Let's make that, I don't know, blue. And let's start using MySQL. So sudo, actually we need to start up the service first. So systemctl start MySQL to start up the MySQL service on my Kali Linux box. And thank you very much for following InfoSec Speak. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, so let's see. We will start up MySQL and then MySQL user root. Password is blank. Oh, my password is not blank. Okay. All right, so we're inside of MariaDB, which is a type of MySQL. Can we clear? Can we -C? Can we go up to the top? I guess we can't. If anybody knows how to clear the screen inside of MySQL, let us know. But anyways, we've got the code. InfoSec Speak has just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the subscription. I really appreciate that. And let's see. MC25 says, can try Control-I. It's the terminal shortcut. Let me give that a try in just a sec. But InfoSexy, thank you very much for the Twitch subscription. I really appreciate that. Let's give you the all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so let's try the keyboard shortcut Control-I to see if we can clear the screen. Oh, I mean, it doesn't seem to be... Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. Okay, so create table users. I guess we can... No database selected. Okay, so we need to create a database first. So let's see. How do we create a database? I guess we can call this the forum database. So MySQL create database. To create the database, we do what? Create database, database name. Oh, I mean, that seems straightforward enough. Lowercase l. Lowercase l? Oh, just lowercase l. Maybe system clear? System clear. Oh, that works. Yeah, itzel xvr. Thank you very much. So I guess to clear the screen inside of MySQL, it's system clear. Cool, awesome. Possibly, let's see, \! Maybe not. Killing me smalls, small L, but might not work. It was Control-I, which was Control-L. Oh! Control... Okay, so let's see. So Control-L? Yeah, it's not Control-I, but it's Control-L. Thank you. So we can do Control-L. We can also do system clear, which does the same thing. Okay. So we're making a database. So create database. We'll call this HackerFrog forum. Okay, so we created the HackerFrog forum. Let's use HackerFrog forum. And then that changes our database over to that. And then we can create our table. XLXVR says, not a problem. I'm glad I could be of service, and add clear. Add clear. add clear after the slash. Oh, okay. So it's slash exclamation point clear. Okay, cool. So slash exclamation point clear. That also clears the screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the table. So this is the command over here. Copy that and then paste in this. You have an error in your SQL syntax. Let's see. I mean, we could do this. We could do this manually. I mean, I would prefer to be able to copy paste. But otherwise, we'd have to do this one line at a time, which is kind of a pain in the butt. So create table users. And how would we do this manually? User ID, int, not null, and auto increment. I mean, this would be one. We would just have to put all this stuff. Wait, why is it freaking out? Like this. And then in between each one of these, we'd have to put in the other parts of the table creation. Yeah, and do this one at a time. So username, user pass. Okay, Slever says we have to do like 500 questions per certification. MC25 says you might be okay with the full copy paste as is. I mean, when we did the full copy paste, it gave us an error. Near 30 not null. So we need to figure out which one of these is causing the problem. But so user pass not null, okay, and then user email not null. Okay, we got an ad break going on. Okay, so MC25 says I did something just like this with WordPress database. Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk about that in a bit. We need to take a little water break, and let's put on some birds. How about not a bird, but some squirrels? Okay, we'll be back in 40 seconds. Just need a little water break. Actually, you know what? I think it might be better to edit this in a separate terminal and then see if we can do it all at once instead of doing it inside the MySQL terminal. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's grab the full command. So this is the full command. We're just gonna edit it in a terminal text editor. Okay, so let's go ahead and edit this down. So I think we can just do it like this. Make sure that everything is formatted correctly. Okay, so this is all one line. Actually, let's save this, then cat it out. Okay, so this is the command we're going to be using. Excel says, actually taking a database class for my degree, and let me tell you that I'm not fond of SQL or any database stuff. Well, I mean, we need databases to run our applications, unfortunately, but yeah. Okay, so this is the command. We should be able to paste this in. Where are we? Where's my SQL? Here it is. Okay, so what was it? Control L. And then we'll paste in the command. Okay, you have an error in your SQL syntax. Check the manual that corresponds with Maria server version for the right syntax. Do you type INNODB at line number 1? So this is line number 1. The problem that they're identifying is right over here. So what is type INNODB? It also says, I completely understand the necessity, but it's SQL loves to throw syntax errors. I mean, the problem, the problem is you have to be very precise. So what is the MariaDB server syntax for this? I'm just going to try searching for this. Just a second. MariaDB syntax. Tori, hello, nice to see you. Okay, in MariaDB, the type syntax are specifying the storage engine of the table. It's deprecated and has been replaced by engine equals. Oh, okay. So we just need to replace the word type with the word engine, and it should be fine. Ace, hello, nice to see you here. Almost missed this. I mean, if you consider writing web applications to be super exciting, sure. We're just doing some okay, so that was the only problem. We just needed to replace this. So I guess depending on the SQL system that you're using, you need to change up some of the stuff in the tutorial. So right now we're trying to write a web application, and we're following this tutorial over here. So if you want to try this yourself, it might be a pretty good exercise for learning about web applications. Okay, so the users table is here, so we just created it. And let's take a look at the contents of the table. So it says an empty set, so there's nothing here. Okay, that's fine. We'll figure out how to add entries to this table a little bit later. Okay, user IDs, all this stuff. The categories table. So this is going to be for creating what are categories? So topics are the those are going to be the forum posts. But categories are going to be the group for the forum posts. And I guess we can use all the same. This is going to be the same as creating the other tables, but we need to modify the thing a little bit. Okay, let's go back into our text editor. We need to hold on. I didn't delete anything I shouldn't have. Did I? Nope. Okay. Okay. Make sure that this is all good. Sometimes you gotta... Okay, so we have to replace the word type with the word engine, but otherwise it should all be good. Let's save this, and let's... It looks like we still have some white space that we need to get rid of. Let me go back in there. Thank you very much for following Oxen09. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think they should all be good. Let's save it out. Okay, so we're just going to grab this big command over here that creates the categories table. Go back into MySQL, paste it in, and hopefully it doesn't. The SQL system doesn't complain. Okay, so we managed to successfully create the categories table. We have to create a couple more, so please be patient. Okay, so there's a topics table. So let's see, topic ID, topic subject, topic date, topic category, topic by. Okay, great. So we're just going to do the same thing here, and we're going to edit it inside of the text editor here. Okay, so we're just going to fix this up. We need to type in engine instead of type. I'm going to get rid of the extra white space over here first, because it makes it a little bit easier to read. And then we'll make this all one line. Okay. And then we can take this line and we can create the topics table. Smooth. I wish I didn't have to do this, but I didn't. Okay, so that creates the topics table. There's only one more table left to create. Okay, so that's the post table. All right, so I'm just going to grab this. One day you might have to create a bunch of stuff inside of MySQL. Then you will remember this stream. Okay, so just let me get in here and edit this stuff. Okay. It's complete news says even worse when you have to alter tables with FKs. What does FKs mean? Let me know what the FKs are. Alright, so make sure that this is all nicely spaced. Oh, why is this suddenly... Okay, foreign keys, okay. I mean, I've never done that before. I actually don't have too much experience with SQL. Using it, I don't have too much experience using SQL the legitimate way. I only know about how to abuse SQL and do, you know, malicious hacker stuff. So this is why this is kind of refreshing. I'm figuring out what SQL looks like from the developer point of view. Okay, so create that table, and then now we can move on with our lives. So we created the four tables. We created the users, the categories, the topics, and the posts. And now that we've executed these queries, we have a pretty decent data model, but the relations are still missing. So let's start with the definition of a relationship. This... Okay, so we're going to use something called a foreign key. A foreign key is referential constraint between two tables. The foreign key identifies a column or a set of columns in one referencing table that refers to a column or set of columns in another referenced table. So referencing tables and reference tables sure does sound very easy to understand. Incomplete Noob says, did I read ahead? I think you might have. Pray you don't have to end up removing a PK. A primary key, that would be, Some conditions. The columns in the referencing tables, the foreign keys refers to must be a primary key. The values are referred to must exist in the reference table. By adding foreign keys, the information is linked together, which is very important for database normalization. So now you know what a foreign key is and why we're using them. It's time to add them to the tables that we've already been using with the alter statement, which can be used to change an existing table. We'll link the topics to the categories first. So topic and category have to be linked together by the foreign key. Okay, so we'll just copy this. And before we run this, let's take a closer look at what this thing is doing. Okay, so it seems like a logical learning path. Incomplete Noob says, I did not. I don't have a lot of SQL experience. Well, I mean, neither do I. So alter table topics. Alter the table topics, add the foreign key. Topic category, which references the categories table, category ID, on delete cascade on update cascade. I don't know what this part of the command does. Delete cascade on update cascade. I guess they'll explain it in a little bit, so I guess we should read on. The last part of the query says what happens. When a category gets deleted from the database, all the topics will be deleted too. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. If the cat ID of a category changes, every topic will be updated too. That's what the on update cascade part is for. Of course, you can reverse this to protect your data so that you can't delete a category as long as it has topics linked to it. So if you want to do that, you could replace the on-delete cascade with on-delete restrict. And there's also set null and no action, which speak for themselves. Okay, so I guess we will run this inside of MySQL. Okay, great. No errors. So every topic is linked to a category now. Let's link the topics to the user who creates one. Okay, so here, so alter table topics table, add foreign key topic by, which references the user's table and the user's ID column. So the user ID is going to be used by the topics. Okay. So on delete, restrict on update cascade. So this foreign key is the same as the previous one, but there's one difference. The user can't be deleted as long as there are still topics with the user ID of the user. So we don't use cascade here because there might be valuable information in our topics. We wouldn't want that information to get deleted if someone decided to delete their account. So even if somebody deletes their account, it's not going to delete the stuff inside of the forum that is associated with their forum topics. So gives users the opportunity to delete their account. You could build a feature that anonymizes all the topics and then deletes their account. Unfortunately, that is beyond the scope of the tutorial. Okay, so we're just going to run this command and then we'll move on. Okay. So let's link the post to the topics. So add foreign key post topic. So post topic, which is topics topic ID. So this is the posts. This is the post table, which is linked to the topics table. Incomplete Noob says, I said that wrong. I did not read ahead, but I have lots of SQL experience. Okay. Which is why I thought it would logically head to foreign keys, although jumping to delete restricts and delete cascades already seemed like it was moving a little bit fast. I mean, I think, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they want to be thorough with the tutorial. And they're assuming that people understand, that either people understand SQL or that they're just going to nod their head and run the commands regardless. But anyways, let's do this next one over here, which links the post to the topics. And the last one, which is link each post to the user who made it. So, I mean, I think that SQL is really cool. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of experience with SQL aside from hacking it. So that's the database part. That was quite a lot of work, but the result is a great data model, which is definitely worth the effort. Okay, so next we're going to be doing some... okay. So we're going to be doing some HTML. So let's do that last command over here. And I think we might be done with MySQL now. So step 2, introduction to the header footer system. So each page in our forum needs a few basic things, like a document type and some markup. That's why we'll be including a header.php file at the top of each page and a footer at the bottom. So the header.php file contains a document type, a link to the style sheet, and some important information about the forum, such as the title tag and meta tags. So we got header.php. I mean, we can just copy paste this and then create it in our text editor over here. So let's see. So we should probably write this inside of our HTML directory, because this is where we're going to be serving our website from. So we would do nano, or sudo nano, I guess. And this is this header? This is header.php. Okay, so just paste in all the stuff. So what is this? Document type, public. So all of our good HTML tags. Our CSS is over here, style.css. I guess we need to create this a little bit later. And then we've got a few different links. So we've got forum index.php, forum create topic, forum create category, and let's save this out. Okay, and we're also going to be creating a footer file. So let's go ahead and start that first. Okay, so the wrapper div will be used to make it easier to style the entire page. The menu div obviously contains a menu with links to pages we still have to create, but it helps to see where we're going for a little bit. So the user bar div is going to be used for the small top bar, which contains some information like the username and a link to the logout page. Content page holds the actual content of the page. The attentive reader might have noticed that we're missing a few things. There's no body or HTML tag. They're in the footer.php file, as you can see below. Wait, is this the entire... Is this the entire footer.php file? It seems like there's not a lot there. Just a second. Okay, so when we include the header and footer components on each page, the rest of the page gets embedded between the header and the footer. This method has some advantages. First and foremost, everything will be styled correctly. A short example. Okay, so PHP, bad looking unstyled error. The beautifully styled content, everything looks good. Okay, so it's... So as you can see, a page without errors will result in a nice page with the content, but if there's an error, everything looks really ugly. That's why it's better to make sure that only the real content is styled correctly, but also the errors we might get, okay? So another advantage is possibly making quick changes. You can see for yourself by editing the text in footer.php when you finish this tutorial. You'll notice that the footer changes on every page immediately. So we've also added a style sheet, which provides some basic markup, nothing too fancy. Okay, so the style sheet is over here. Let's grab the code from footer.php and create that. We just need to paste this in. Okay, and then we'll save it out. Next, I think this is the style sheet over here. And so CSS is another thing that I don't know too much about, but I know that CSS makes everything look pretty. So I'm assuming this is going to be style.css. So let's go ahead and create that. Okay. Here's all of our pretty CSS stuff. Next. Okay, step 3, getting ready for action. Before we can read anything from our database, we need a connection. That's what the connect.php page is for. Sure. Okay, so we're going to include it in every file we're going to create. So connect.php, we need to make sure that the pages can connect to the database. So we need to provide the server, username, password, and database. All right. So this is going to be called connect.php. All right, so we just need to plug in all the stuff over here. So the username and the password and the database. So the database is called HackerFrogs Forum. The password is blank, and the user is root. Okay, so it's not the most secure because we're using the root SQL account and we're using it without a password. But you know, if they manage to break into my server, I guess they can mess around with the SQL. Okay, what are we doing now? So this page lets us connect to the database. So simply replace the default values. Okay. Step 4, displaying the forum overview. So we're just getting started with some basic techniques. We're going to make a simplified version of the forum overview for now. And wait, so what file is this? So is it called createcat.php? Okay, sure. So there you have it, a nice clean overview. We're going to update this page throughout the tutorial so that it becomes more like the end result step by step. Okay, so let's create this file. It's called createcat.php. Okay, paste in the code. So before we save this, let's try to understand a little bit about what the page is doing. So we got our lovely PHP code. createcat.php, include connect.php, include header.php. So we're going to include the code from these separate PHP files. I hope everything is formatted correctly, because if I have to go in and I have to change all the formatting here, it's going to be a big pain in the butt. Okay, and also include footer.php. And we've got a link to topic.php and category.php over here. All right, let's save this out. And just for fun, let's see if we can take a look at any of the pages that we created so far. So to do that, we're going to need to start up our Apache server. So let's see. systemctl, start Apache 2. Okay, so let's try visiting one of these pages. So for example, we could visit createcat.php on our local host. Let's do that over here. Well, I mean, we don't see anything. I guess we're not echoing anything out. Wait, I think on... So, I just need to find... So this echoes out some stuff, but I guess none of this stuff has been created yet, so we can't really see anything. Sever says, I'm back, finished, and passed with an 87%. Oh, awesome. Yeah, is 87% passing, or I'm not too sure what the passing grade is for the CCNA. Okay, let's go back to the tutorial. Okay, nice clean overview, great. Signing up a user. Okay, so we need to create new users. Let's start by making a simple HTML form that a new user can register. Okay, so a PHP page is needed to process the form. So we need to use a server variable. It's an array with values that automatically set with each request. One of the values of the server array is the request method. When a page is requested with get, this variable will hold the value get. And when the page is requested via post, it will hold the value post. Okay, so InfoSecSpeak says, pop quiz hotshot, how many usable hosts on a /27? /27. Ooh, that's tough. I mean, subnetting is not my... I know that on a /24 it's 255. So on a /27 it's got to be... It's got to be more than that. But I guess this is for Slevers. Slever says passing grade is 70%. Slevers, can you... Those are Slevers. Slevers, can you tell me how many usable hosts are on a /27? Okay, so let's see. So signup.php looks like this. So the signup.php page is going to be the one that lets users register with the system. This looks like a lot of code. A lot of explanation is in the comments I've provided along with the code, so be sure to check them out. Processing the data takes place in 3 parts. Validating the data. If the data is not valid, show the form again. If the data is valid, save the record in the database. The PHP part is self-explanatory. The SQL query, however, needs a little bit more explanation. So prepare the SQL statement with placeholders. So we're talking about prepared SQL statements in this section of the tutorial, and prepared SQL statements are what lets SQL user input to the SQL system be processed safely. Because if you're not using prepared statements with your SQL queries, you might introduce security problems. Okay, so anyways, we've got ads running on Twitch, so I'll run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 50 seconds, just need to take a little water break. You know what? I was muted. I was muted that whole time. Wow. Sorry, everybody. Sometimes I forget to unmute my mic. But I was saying that this is a beautiful bird that Bosscans was talking about. And what were we talking about? We were also talking about how you need to use a lot of different SQL functions in order to make sure that the information is being passed around safely between the users in the application and the web server, rather. Okay, you also notice that the function SHA-1 is used to encrypt the user's password. This is a very important thing to remember. Never insert a plain password as is. You must encrypt it. Imagine a hacker, well, I mean, there are no hackers here, somehow manages to get access to your database. If they can see all of the plain text passwords, they can log into any account that they want to. So if the password columns contain SHA-1 strings, they have to crack them first, which is almost impossible. Well, I mean, is SHA-1 impossible to crack? I don't know if that's necessarily true. Actually, but I don't think I've ever done cracking against SHA-1. We should probably look into that. Apart from that, it's also possible to use MD5, but I always prefer to use SHA-1 because benchmarks have proved it's a tiny bit faster. Is SHA-1 faster than MD5? Huh, that's not something I would expect. So if the sign-up process was successful, you should see something like this. Okay, so try refreshing your My PHP admin screen. My PHP admin? Wait, is this? So I mean, this should be signup.php. Hold on. Okay, let me try copying this. Okay, so this should be called signup.php. InfoSecSpeak says SHA-1 is faster due to more parallelization. I'll have to just kind of say I believe, because I actually don't know very much about different hashing algorithms. I do know that a couple of them are considered very unsafe, stuff like MD5 and what was it, SHA-2? Is it SHA-256 that is unsafe, or is it something else? Okay, so let's create this file. It's going to be called signup.php. Paste in the code. And after we save this, let's go over to Incomplete Noob says, my PHP admin must be installed and they didn't tighten the security after its installation. I mean, were they? Hold on. So, okay, up at the top of the page, we're going to build a PHP MySQL powered forum from scratch. So I guess they didn't really talk about prerequisites for the tutorial here. I just kind of assumed that I'd be able to do all this stuff as I go. But let's try visiting the sign up page. Signup.php. It's not how you spell sign. Okay. Incomplete news says Quantum is here. Can we call anything secure? It's a pretty standard tool. I mean, were we talking about quantum computing? Okay. Header, footer. Getting ready for action. Displaying the forum overview. Okay, create cat.php, we created that. Setting up a user. Let's start by making a simple HTML form so that a user can register. So signup.php, we created that. So this is a snippet from the above code. Adding authentication and user levels. Okay, an important aspect of forum is the difference between regular users and the admin and moderators. Since this is a small forum and creating features like adding new moderators would take too much time, we'll focus on the login process and build some admin features like creating new categories and closing a thread. Okay, so the sign-in process works in the following way. A visitor enters user data and submits the form. If the username and password are correct, they can start a session. If the username and passwords are incorrect, we will show them the form again with a message. Okay? I have no idea. It says hello. Hello, I have no idea. Nice to see you here. Bye now, Frog. I have to get to sleep. I'm barely awake. Slevers, hey. Oh, wow. Slevers, you're posting from Twitch now. Awesome. Let's give you a keyboard cat, because we play you off with keyboard cat. Hope to see you again next time. Okay, so is this the same code that I copied from... Oh, this is sign in, not sign up. Okay. So I guess we'll also create the sign in page here. Let me copy all this stuff here. Okay, back at the text editor, let's create the signin.php. Okay. So the following query in signin.php is important to understand. So the SQL variable is select username, select user ID, username, user level from users where username equals question mark and user password equals question mark. So it's obvious we'll need a check to tell if the supplied credentials belong to an existing user. A lot of scripts retrieve the password from the database and compare it using PHP. If we do this directly via SQL, the passwords will be stored in the database once during the registration and never leave it again. This is safer because all of the real action happens in the database layer and not in our application. If the user is signed in successfully, we'll do a few things. So let's see. So we'll set signed in equals true, and put the user ID and the username values into the session so that we can use it at various pages. Okay, so while row equals MySQL fetch association of the result, then the session user ID equals the row user ID, and the session username equals the row username. Okay, of course signing in requires another function, signing out. The sign out process is actually a lot easier than the sign in process, because all the information about the user stored in because all of the information about the user is stored in the session variables, all we need to do is unset them and display a message. So now that we've set the session variables, we can determine if someone is signed in. Let's make a last change to header.php. Okay, so we replace this line over here with this other PHP code that determines if the user is signed in. Okay, so I think we need to grab all of this, and we need to edit the header.php page. Okay, let's go over back to header.php. And we're editing the user bar here. Okay, so we're getting rid of everything from this until the end of the division. Uh-oh. I deleted the entire thing. Okay, let me get the entirety of the code. So this division right here, div ID user, oh okay, we don't need two of those. So one thing I'm a little concerned about is if we need to pay a lot of attention to the indentation in PHP. Because if so, I need to make sure that all the indentation is correct, which would be a big pain in the butt. It looks like we do need to pay attention to indentation. Okay, so div ID, let's see, div ID is here. Thank you very much for redeeming the frog song, Boss Gans. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think I'm a little bit concerned about all this white space. I hope all this stuff works, even with all the extra white space in here. Okay, let's save this out. So if a user is signed in, they will see their name displayed on the front page with a link to the sign out page. The authentication part is done. By now, our form should look like this. You know, it doesn't look like this. Where did I mess up? So my forum, what is the page that that has all this stuff? Hold on, let's grep for it. What is the string looking for? My forum. Okay, so this is in header.php. But header.php is included in something else, right? What is the main page of the forum supposed to be? I wish they'd... Okay, I think I might have missed one of the pages that I need to create. Just a second. Let me look through real quick. Okay, so header footer system. So this is where we created footer.php and header.php. I just need to keep a little tab on all the pages that we're creating in the tutorial to make sure I'm not missing any. Okay, there's connect.php, we created that. There's createCat.php. Let's start by making a simple HTML form that a new register can register. Okay, so that's signup.php. So if we go over here and we load up signup.php, nothing appears. I'm wondering why it's not working. Is it because we don't have... Is PHP not on? Do we need to start up PHP? Hold on. So, is PHP... Gruntplay, hello, nice to see you here. Gruntplay says, I studied payload obfuscation and ciphering. That sounds like a lot of fun. That's some advanced... Well, I mean, I'm assuming it's for hacking against Windows. What are you into today? So we're just following a little tutorial, and we're trying to figure out how to create a forum using PHP. So this is the tutorial. Oh, MalDev Academy, yeah. Awesome, awesome. We're just trying to figure out why we can't see any of the PHP pages. So, I mean, just to make sure that we're not going mad, I'm just going to create a little test file. So, hold on. Okay, so we're going to sudo nano test.php, and we're just going to echo something. Echo test. I think that's how you do it, right? Hold on. PHP echo. Is it like this? Okay, so Gruntplay says, I want to build my own malware, my own info stealer, my own rat, my own C-tube, my own hacking empire. I mean, that's the way to learn. You learn by creating new tools, for sure. Okay, so let's see if we can view this page. So since it's on our web root. So test.php. Okay, so I mean PHP is on. PHP code is running. I'm wondering why our pages aren't returning for the tutorial ones. Okay, let's see if we can figure it out in the next 5 minutes or so. So signup.php. Could it be the PHP version? I mean, what about the PHP version that's being used here? PHP, for the most part, from what I know, it's pretty backwards compatible most of the time. I mean, it could be something going wrong with the way I'm copy-pasting everything. Because if I go over to signup.php, wait, why is there nothing here? Oh, I misspelled signup. Okay. I think it might be all the white space. It might be getting in the way. So 7 to 8, I thought were not so compatible, etc. I mean that also might be true because I'm not a web dev. It might be all the white space. Because the way I copy pasted all this, there's just a lot of white space in here. Let's see. Ahoy arg, yeah. I don't know why the copy paste created all of these extra new lines. So I mean, if the white space is getting in the way of one of these pages, I need to go in and edit all of the pages, because all the pages have the same amount of white space. Maybe I can go in and I can delete all the empty lines using some sort of Linux command. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be vi. It could be using something like tr. Okay, so let me search this up. Linux command delete empty lines. Okay, so I guess we could use some sed. So sed I something something file name. Let's see if it works. Okay, we got a bunch over here that we need to edit. So there's connect, well, for example, there's connect. Bonus points for using sed, is it? I mean, I use whatever works, is the way I usually try to do it. Let's see. So connect.php, let's just try running on this. Permission denied. Oh, right. This is owned by root. Okay, so let's take a look at connect.php now. Sed is amazing. Oh, yeah, it works. Awesome. So it just edited it and saved and wrote it completely in place. Yeah, okay. So let's take a look at the next one. Okay, and then we need to do the same thing, but with footer.php and then all the rest. Actually, can we run this on multiple files at once? Because if we can run this on all of the files at once, then it'll save me a lot of time. I hope this works. Nope. What? No, it did work. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So if it worked, we should be able to get some output from going to those pages now. So let's go to signup.php. Still doesn't display anything. Okay, I think I might have to come back to this, but yeah, we'll come back to the tutorial next week, and we'll try to figure out what the heck is going wrong. But once again, if you want to follow this tutorial yourself, then this is the link over here. And let's move into the next topic. Oh, the next topic is picoCTF tutorials. Great. Well, they're not tutorials. These are challenges. Okay. Let's see. All right. So we're going to be doing some new challenges from picoCTF. So picoCTF is a cybersecurity education platform. It's also very, very beginner friendly. And if you want to make an account over there, this is where you make it. So let's put a couple hours on the clock, and let's solve some of these challenges. Okay. And let's see where we're at when in 120 minutes. Okay, so we're going to be doing some new web app hacking challenges. There are a few different challenges that we haven't done before, and I guess we can hide all the ones that we've already solved. Didn't I solve this? Oh wait, I might not have solved this one. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just kind of jump into these challenges and see how many of them we can solve in the next couple hours. And some assembly required, match the regex, Java code analysis, eval, WebSockfish. Let's look for one with a fun, and then the rest of these are hard challenges. I don't know if I'm ready for hard challenges or not. Let's try to solve all the medium challenges that we haven't done first. And we got Irish name repo 2. I think this has something to do with SQL injection. Cause, yeah. Or there's also some assembly required, match the regex. WebGauntlet 2. I'm pretty sure the WebGauntlet series and the Irish name repo challenges are both, these are both SQL challenges. So let's try this one first, because I'm not super eager to jump into SQL injection stuff off the start. But let's take a look at this challenge here. So if you have an account over at picoCTF, this is the challenge we're going to do next. Okay, so let's see. JAWT Scratchpad. Internal server errors can be intentionally returned by this challenge. If you experience one, try clearing your cookies. Okay, so we'll keep on. Oh, this was created by John Hammond. If anybody doesn't know John Hammond is a very John Hammond is a very well-known InfoSec content creator on YouTube. And before we start, let's start up some new music. How about some StarCraft? And we've got ads running on Twitch, so we're running them on YouTube. And let's do peanut time. This is a bird having a lot of fun with peanuts. We'll be back in about 60 seconds, just need to have a little water break. Hattie Almusawi says, "You sound like the Daily Dose of Internet guy." Let me do an imitation of the Daily Dose of Internet guy. Hey guys, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. What does Daily Dose of Internet say at the end of his videos? But that's all we have for now. See you guys next time. Something like that. I mean, I don't know if my imitation is exactly the same as his, but let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so let's see. Check out the admin scratchpad. We've got an IP address. Sorry, we've got a URL rather. Okay, so let's. If y'all want to try the same challenges yourself, then that's the thing. Sounds alike, says Tori. Okay. So JAWT, powered by JWT, which stands for JSON Web Tokens. Let's see. JWT is an online scratchpad where you can jot down whatever you'd like. Consider it a notebook for your thoughts. JWT works best in Google Chrome for some reason. Okay? So you need to log in to access the JWT scratchpad. You can use any name other than admin because the admin user gets a special scratchpad. Register with your name. So you can use your name as a login, but because that's easy, that's quick and easy to remember. If you don't like your name, use a short and cool one like John. John the Ripper? Anyways, okay, so I guess we need to log in with this field right here. And I don't know, let's just say HackerFrogs. Okay, so welcome to Hello HackerFrogs. Here's your JWT scratchpad. Okay, use admin. Okay, so let's log out and let's try using admin. You cannot log in as the admin. He is special and you are not. Wow, that's rude. It's rude to say that the admin is special and that we're not special. But let's take a look at the cookies. So usually, I think we're dealing with JSON Web Tokens. And JSON Web Tokens are usually... I'm playing along this time. Awesome, awesome, Incomplete Noob. So, they're usually stored in cookies. So we're just going to take a look at our cookies. So it looks like we haven't been assigned our JSON Web Token yet. Let's log in as another user. So HackerFrogs. Do we not have cookies? Ah, okay, we got a JWT. So JSON Web Tokens, otherwise known as JWTs, they're basically a way we can send information back and forth with these web tokens. They usually come in the form of cookies, and you can identify most JSON Web Tokens because they all start with the EYJ characters over here, which means that they're sending JSON data. So JSON data is enclosed between curly braces. So if we echo this out, and then base 64 decode these things, then we get a base 64 encoded string again. CTF. CTF's, let's see. Mean CTF reminds me of AWS S3 buckets. I think the buckets use JSON. I might be wrong though. It's been a while since I've taken a look at Amazon Web Services S3 buckets. But I mean, if they use JWTs, it's not super surprising because a lot of applications use JWTs. Okay, so the JWT is another base 64 encoded string. Oh, no, I forgot to specify decode. Okay, so type JWT algorithm HS256, and then some invalid input. Okay, so I mean, the good thing is that they give us a little link in this challenge that points to another website, which is this one over here, which is called JSON Web Token Debugger. So we can just paste in the token, and okay, so the decoded header is this, and the decoded payload is this, so user HackerFrogs. What we want to do, signature verification failed. So there's also a secret that is used to sign JWTs, and to make sure that they're unique values. So the decoded payload, so we see that our username is in here as well. What we want to do is we want to replace our username with the admin, and then create our own JWT that we can pass to the application. So the first part of the payload, this is what determines the header. The second part of the payload determines the payload. And the third part of the JWT is the secret, or the Caterbug13. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream, Caterbug. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a hack the planet? Because that's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Yeah, Caterbug, we're doing some web app hacking, And we're dealing with JSON Web Tokens over at this challenge over here. Okay, and we're just trying to figure out how to forge a false cookie over here so that we can become the admin user. Okay, so before we move on, so JWT Scratchpad, register with your name. There's a tool that we can use to. I think we were dealing with JSON Web Tokens last week as well, and I think there was a tool that we were using last week to do hacking against JWTs. What was it called? So JWT security testing GitHub. Okay, so JWT X over here, and a tool to test the security of JWTs. I guess we've got a number of these ones over here. I wonder which one's the best, because there seems to be a lot of these tools. I kind of forget which ones we were using last week. JWT Auditor Advanced JWT Pen Testing Platform. I mean, this... I wonder if this is what we want to use. Okay, built-in JWT secrets word list. I mean, the other thing that we were doing was last week. What we were doing was we were setting the algorithm to 0, which means that we didn't have to sign the keys. Okay, so if we were to change the payloads over here, and I think we would do our encoder. So the encoder, we would go over here, we would change the user from HackerFrogs to admin. And you're going to notice that the thing that's changing while we're editing the JSON data over here is the second part of the key. So the first part, like we said before, the first part of the key is the header and the algorithm, which is this part. The second part is the payload data, which is this part. And the third is going to be the secret. So we can start by checking to see if we can set the algorithm to none. Because if we're able to set the algorithm to none, then we can pass this off without signing the key. So we'll see if this works. If it doesn't work, then we can try some other stuff. Okay. Where's the application? Here. Okay, and then we'll pass this into our cookies. And then we'll reload the page. Internal server error. Okay. So I think we were told about this in the description of the challenge. So it says internal server errors can be intentionally be returned by this challenge. If you experience one, try clearing your cookies. So let's try clearing the cookies first. Is there a button that lets us clear all of our cookies at once? If you know of a way to clear all the cookies at once inside the browser, let us know. I think we can delete this. Oh, delete all. Okay. So delete all for this. I mean, can we just delete all of them? Delete all session cookies. Delete all. Okay. And then we can create a new one. Oh gosh, what is this one called again? Let's try going back to the page. Okay, type in HackerFrogs, and then they'll give us a cookie. Yeah, here. JWT. So I mean, we can delete this one. We can paste in the new cookie and we'll see if this creates an error or if it lets us become the admin user. Okay, internal server error. So I think this isn't how we're supposed to be solving this challenge. Let's try using the fancy tool over here. And I'm pretty sure this was not the one that we were using last time, but it looks like there are a lot of these. There are a lot of these tools. Okay, let's check the top result. This was made a long time ago. Okay, I'm actually interested in finding the tool that I was using last week. Let's see, is it this one? Ah, yes, this is the one I was using last week. Okay, so how do we use this thing again? So this one is using a Docker container. Okay, so we can just grab this. We can go into, let's see. So we're not going to be doing any remote shell access anymore. I'm just going to rename this JWT tool. We're in the temp directory. Okay, we've got our Docker container tool. Unable to find image locally, so we need to download the Docker image. So a great thing about using Docker to run these tools is that when you're running the Docker container, you don't have to worry about weird dependencies that are associated with these tools. Okay, so no configuration file. Okay, great. Basic command for running it. Manual install. How do we use it again? Validate the token. So we just need to provide the token. To run a particular type of X, you need to choose the X option and then select the vulnerability. And here using A for elg equals none. Well, I mean, yeah, we could try this out. So I think what we need to do here is run the tool with this. We need to get the initial JWT. So the initial JWT is going to be here. And we're going to create the cookie with the HackerFrogs name. Just grab this and pass this over to the tool. Oh, this is... wait, this isn't what I wanted to grab. Just a second, everybody. Internal server error. Yeah, okay. Let's go back. We need to delete this, delete the cookie. And then reload the page. Okay, and then here's your scratch pad. Wait, do we have a cookie? Do we have a cookie then? Let's check. And it looks like yeah, it looks like we've got one. Okay. So we'll supply the JWT here, and we'll see if the tool can create different versions of this that we can try testing. So this one created the algorithm none with the uppercase first letter, algorithm none with all lowercase, and then all uppercase, and then weird camel case. Let's see if any of these work. So if this is a very old implementation of JWT, this might let us become the admin user. Okay, so cookies here, new one, reload, internal server error. Okay, so that one didn't work. Let's try, well, there's 3 more we can try. Okay. That one also didn't work, so there's a couple more to try. And okay, so there's one more that we can try. And if it doesn't work, we'll just try to brute force with the secret, because we need to figure out what the secret is to sign the thing properly. So we're not trying to sign the thing properly. We're trying to bypass the signing part with this attack over here. But it doesn't seem to be working. Okay, so we can just go back and run the thing again. But this time we're going to try to brute force the signing secret, which is this portion of the JWT. Let's go back. So this is the tool here, so extra parameters, sending tokens, common workflow. So recon, scanning, fuzzing, review. So where do we... Which is the command that's going to fuzz the secret? To tamper with an existing token, run the following. So T stands for tamper, I guess. Many options need additional values to set options. Okay, to run a particular type of X, you need to choose X. Extra parameters. Some options, verifying tokens, additional parameters and files. Okay, I guess we can just try tampering with this. Here's a quick rundown of a basic assessment of a JWT implementation. Recon. Read the token value to get a feel for the claims and values expected in the application. Okay, scanning. Run a playbook scan by using the provided token directly against the application to hunt for common misconfigurations. So in this case, we can supply the URL. Okay, so I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try tampering with the token first. So I think it's just -T. Yeah, like this over here. Okay, so add a value, delete a value, continue to the next step. Token header values. This option allows you to tamper with the header, contents, and signature of the JWT. I guess we'll add a value. Enter the new key and hit enter. So I think what we're doing here is we're trying to become the admin user. So user admin. So I'll just copy paste this. Oh, enter the new value for user admin and hit enter. So I guess test. Alright, we need to edit this thing. Okay, so it's going to be user, and then current value of user admin is user. Please enter a new value. Okay, how do we delete these values? Thank you very much for following Midnight E. Midnight E, thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. And Shaika, Shake. Hello, nice to see you on YouTube, Shake. Let's give you all some video redeems. How about something a little bit different? How about some Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Sometimes the servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Jackson MW. Thank you. Okay, so let's, what are we doing? We're going to be adding a value. Enter the new value and hit enter. I mean, it's going to be admin, right? Delete a value. Can we just delete 3? Well, let's just get out of here. Okay, let's go back to add a value. The value is going to be, is it user or username? User. Why can't I backspace? Okay, so that went weird. Add a value. Enter the new key. So the key is going to be user. And we need to enter the new value. So the value is going to be admin. Okay, and then 0 to continue. Oh. Token payload values, huh? Okay. I think I'm starting to understand how this works. So we're just going to get out of here. We'll do the same thing again. So we just skip to the next step here. And we will edit this over here. So current value of user is HackerFrogs. The new value is going to be admin. And then we're going to continue. Okay, so signature unchanged, no signing method specified. So signature unchanged. We need to, but I mean, we edited this. What we need to do is we need to figure out a way to brute force the signature to figure out what the secret is. Okay, and so to do this, we're just going to supply the tampered token in here. Then we need to figure out how we're going to tamper with this. Well, we need to brute force the secret. How do we do that with the tool that we're using right now? Let me search for the term secret up here. Test the validity of a secret public key. Identifying weak keys via a high-speed dictionary attack. Okay, so dictionary attack? Extra parameters, sending tokens, common workflow. So, okay, fuzzing. Maybe this is what we need to do. So dig deeper. Testing for unexpected values and claims to identify unexpected app behaviors. Thank you very much for following Debug7. You are now HackerFrog. Welcome, welcome. And let's give you a... Oh, Rick Burns. I'm sorry I didn't see you there. Rick Burns 420. Let's give you all a warm welcome by giving you the frog song. I guess there's a separate link for using the tool, geez. Okay, so let's see. Finding public keys. So find the public key. There are a number of possible methods. So how do we do the brute force? Debug7 says, how's the stream been going? Just doing a lot of hacking over here. We're trying to figure out how to hack against these JSON web tokens. Larvine says, coffee finished. That took a while, but welcome back, Larvine. Okay, so finding public keys, tampering, and fuzzing. So where's the fuzzing part? Changing existing claims to various values and validating them and changing them from an int to a string, all good ways to... So fuzzing is over here. I thought there was a method for brute forcing against some sort of word list. Larvine says it took a while because my brother. Oh, okay, okay. You had to wait for your brother. Okay. You know what? So this is a JWT tool, right? So JWT tool. And we could look for some, I don't know, so a cheat sheet? Because it seems like there's a lot of stuff you could do with this. Okay, so hacker tools. Sometimes I look for these cheat sheets because they usually get to the point a lot faster than reading through the entire documentation. We got ads running on Twitch, so we're running one on YouTube, and let's put on some birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 1 minute. We just need to take a little water break. Okay, so let's put the birds away. This little guy's having a lot of fun with the bath. So MC25 recommended that we could do John the Ripper to crack the JSON web token. Let me see if I can look for something like that online. So security of JSON web tokens, nothing that's... How to use John the Ripper. We're looking for something JWT authentication, bypass via weak signing key. Okay, let's take a look at this article here. We will identify the weak secret by brute forcing a brute force attack using John the Ripper, as shown over here. Okay, what are they doing? Wait. So it's just John and then the name of the JWT file? Is that it? It can't be that easy, could it? Hold on. Alright, let's... So, I mean, this is a brute forcing... we could call this a cracking attack, brute force. Probably close enough. Let's see. Echo out this thing. We'll call it jwt.txt. Worth a shot, that's true. Okay, so John jwt.txt. Okay, so we should probably, proceeding with word list, user shared John word list password.list. We should probably use Rocky, what was it, RockU? Because, let's see, -- word list equals user share word lists rocku.txt. Session completed. Didn't happen. Okay, so loaded 1 password hash. So it's done. It didn't find anything. I mean, it was really quick. That's the good part about this. So I just want to make sure that this is the correct... This is the correct way you use John with the JWTs. What are JWTs and how to hack them? Okay. John the Ripper. Okay. So forging a signature, if it's not possible to completely remove the signature through the none algorithm, we can attempt to crack the secret key. This can be done with both John the Ripper and Hashcat with the following commands. So, yeah, I mean, I thought we would have to specify a format when we use John the Ripper. Something like this. Okay, let's go back. So we'll run the same thing, but we'll specify the format this time. That's 2 dashes. That's not 2 dashes. Hold on. Okay. So it says, I mean, it wasn't able to crack. Well, I'm just gonna run this with the default word list. So proceeding with single, let's see. Incremental ASCII. I mean, this is brute force cracking attack. It's going to take way too long, I'm pretty sure. But I wonder if the challenge actually provides us with the word list. So let's go back to the challenge. Okay, check the admin scratchpad. Okay, let's take a look at some hints. What is that cookie? I mean, yeah. Have you ever heard of a JWT? That doesn't help us very much. Okay, so back at the application here. Let's delete our cookies first. And reload the application. Oh, so to anybody who wanted to do this challenge yourself, this is the link for the challenge. Okay, so you can jot down whatever you like. JWT works best in Google Chrome for some reason. We're using Firefox, but I wonder if that is actually going to get in the it's going to get in the way. If you don't like your name, use a short and cool one like John. Let's see, HackerFrogs. Let's try using the application as intended. So here's your JWT scratchpad. If we just do test, well, I mean, does this let us submit? Maybe it doesn't. Test, 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 test. MC25, I think that's event hinting at John. Yeah, probably. Powered by JWT, yeah, of course. Yeah, we need a password list. Actually, I think there's probably a password list specifically for JWTs, right? So let's see, locate seclists, grep JWT, scraped JWT secrets. So we probably want to use this list instead. Okay, where were we? Here. Debug says, what are you trying to do with the JWT? We're trying to forge the JWT so that we can become the admin user on the application. Okay, so it wasn't one of the scraped JWT secrets. Actually, I wonder what the list actually looks like. Okay. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, let's go back to the drawing board. So JWT format something something. But I mean, in all of these examples here, they just use the incremental ASCII to try to figure it out. So I mean, maybe that's what we want to do too, but that's going to take a long time. But I guess it might be what we need to do. All right, let's just leave this to run for a little while we think up some other things to do. Note the use of the secret key in the verify signature section. Okay. Change the user's role to admin. Okay, signature over here. So after we get the secret, then we could potentially sign it using the same secret. There's also a Burp Suite plugin for JWTs. Okay, so what about the tool that we were using? Cracking secret keys. This is what we want to try to do. I mean, we're trying it with John the Ripper right now. I wonder if it works better if we use the JWT tool for it instead. It doesn't teach you how to do it here. That's kind of a bummer. Tori said, actually, I was going to mention trying to use Burp Suite. I mean, that really depends on whether or not the plugin for Burp Suite is a paid tool or a free tool. Okay, so how do we install it? Playing around with the tool, tampering with the token, cracking the secret key. Okay, so this... Finally, we've come to the section where it tells us how to do the dictionary attack. So cd dictionary file. Okay, let's Let's try this. So we got this attack going on over here. Tori says it works best with Chrome, and I think Burp uses a variant of Chromium. Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at it while we run our brute force attacks. Okay, so this is the tampered token. We need to supply a dictionary file. So I mean, we could use good old RockU. Another thing we could look up is if there are pre-established JWT secret word lists. That might be better for our tasks. So JWT secrets word list. Let's look for it on GitHub. Okay, JWT secrets. So the goal of the project was to find as many publicly available JWT secrets as possible to help developers. Yes, of course. JWT secrets list. Okay. Is this just a really big word list? Apparently so. JWT secrets.list. Okay, let's copy the raw file. And before we run this, let's create this file. JWT secret.txt. That's going to be a really big list. Okay, and then let's run the JWT tool with no dictionary file loaded. Wait, didn't I just specify the dictionary file? Hold on. Okay, so Python, whatever, JWT token, C, D, and then dictionary file. Oh, I did a dot, hold on. I mean, it should be in this directory. No dictionary file loaded. JWT secret, this thing, it should be in our current directory here. Yeah, it's here. I wonder what's wrong with the command. So JWT token, okay, and then dash capital C, then cash capital D. Cracking the secret key with a dictionary file. The other thing I could do really quick is just go into John the Ripper and specify the word list over here. Does it have access to that from its Docker? Oh, you know, that's a good question. Because we are using Docker and not just running it with Python. Okay, JWT secret.txt. Wait, did we find something or did we not find it? It's in session complete. It just says session completed. It didn't actually crack anything. Anyway, we'll keep on running it over here. Hold on, let me change up my music real quick. All right. JWT secret. So dictionary file is... So we can also crack it without specifying a dictionary file, I'm pretty sure. No cracking options applied. Please specify a password dictionary public key. Okay, so if we supply a dictionary, then it's got to be temp jwtsecret.txt. Let's see if it works. Okay, so this key not in dictionary. Okay, so it says key not in dictionary here. We can replace the dictionary with rocku. User share wordless rocku.txt. No dictionary file loaded. User share wordless rocku.txt. It's also just running hashcat from that tool. Really? Is it... Hold on. Is this what... As your list wasn't able to crack this token, it might be better off using longer dictionaries, custom dictionaries, mangling rules, or brute force attacks. Oh, well, I mean, it says hashcat is ideal for this, but it doesn't necessarily say that it's using hashcat. So hashcat is ideal for this as it's highly optimized for speed. Just add your JWT to the text file. And use the following syntax to give yourself a good start. So dictionary attacks, rules-based attack, or brute force attack. I want to try cracking it with rocku first. I'm just wondering whether or not this is the correct file path to rocku. Just a second. Oh, right. We have to... Yeah, okay. The Docker doesn't have it. Right. The Docker doesn't have it because it's running out of... It's running from whatever directory that we're in, right? Okay, which means we need to copy it over. Copy. User share wordless rocku.txt. But yeah, and welcome to the stream, GradXT. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we've copied it over. And we'll try running that word list. Okay, this one seems to be working. So there's no progress bar, it's just going to be cracking in the background. Maybe this isn't the fastest tool. Tested 1 million passwords so far, so there's 14 million passwords in the rocku list. So it... We got... John cracking in brute force mode over here. Tested 3 million passwords, so I mean it should come back in about 2 minutes. In the meantime, we can go back and we can think about it. MC25 says, I used to pipe from crunch. Pipe from crunch to crack and leave it going for weeks on these things. Are you talking about brute forcing? I mean, is it brute forcing with John the Ripper or Hashcat. Which program did you use, MC25? Okay, accept all. I mean, this is a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool tool. The JWT tool. But I might not be using regex for finding JWTs in burp search. That's nice. $8 million passwords. Brute force is not giving us it so far. So where are we going to go if this doesn't work? So 10 million passwords. This is definitely, I mean, if it's using... It looks like it's definitely a slower tool than John the Ripper for this. GradXT says CPU cooking on that. Yeah. $12 million passwords, so RockU should be finishing up in under a minute or so. Because RockU has 14 million passwords. Key not in dictionary. Okay, so I mean, we could... Any other hints on the page? Good question. Let's go back. And somebody said something about... Yeah, so we should probably check to see if this application looks any different when we look at it from the Chrome browser, which... The Burp Suite browser is a type of Chrome browser. Okay, so we got this. Oh, yeah, so my CPU usage is maxed out. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we can't log in as the admin. He is special and you are not. That's kind of hurtful. Actually, before we... Another thing that we didn't do is we didn't take a look at the HTTP source for this page. So view page source. Huh. It doesn't let us look at the page source. Can we do the page source in this page? Yeah, okay. I don't know why it doesn't let us do it in the other page. Okay, there's a logout endpoint. He is special. Yeah, I mean the admin, of course. If you don't like their name, use a cool and short one like John. I mean, what happens? I mean, nothing special is going to happen if we just put in the name John. Yeah. Okay, Draxy says you have to refresh in Chrome. It does that to prevent resending post requests. So refresh. And then look at our... Oh yeah, okay. Now we can look at the page source. Okay, that's good. Nothing that we haven't seen before, though. Let's go back to our brute forcing tools. Yeah, so John's still working. I wonder if we should be using... You might be better using longer dictionaries, custom dictionaries, mangling rules, or brute force attacks. So another thing we could try is we could try locating other word lists for JSON Web Tokens. JWT secret key word list. GitHub, yeah. Okay, so we got this list over here. We got a few different ones. Brute force a JWT against a list of passwords. I mean, this is another tool that that does brute forcing. Secrets must be new line separated. Try using a list from sec lists. I wonder if they've got better ones updated on sec lists now. Can we search the repository for JWT? Larvine says StarCraft theme hits. Yeah, I mean, StarCraft has some really good music. Can we search inside here? Search inside here. Search for JWT. Scraped secrets JWT list. Okay, let's take a look. Mm-hmm. All right. So this is the same list that I looked at previously. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me check the other file just to make sure. Yeah, looks like the same list. Brute forcing. Okay, another ad break. All right, what are we going to play this time? How about we put on some birds? Like, I don't say that every time. How about, this one. This one's got a squirrel. Alright, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. Is the squirrel coming back? He's coming back. He found those peanuts. He's hiding them everywhere. Alright, let's put the squirrels away. Get back to the hacking. Although we were just kind of waiting on some brute forcing stuff to come back. Should I run... I got John the Ripper running. It's running in incremental mode. But this is very likely to take a very, very long time. Is this the way we're supposed to solve this challenge? I mean, the challenge kind of indicates that it is, because it references John the Ripper over here. And it doesn't seem to be vulnerable. I mean, I guess we could test some other vulnerabilities with the JWT tool. So the JWT tool, it can do all sorts of stuff. We can actually test it against the website itself. We just need to figure out how to use the tool properly. Okay, so tampering and fuzzing. Attack methodology, vulnerable claims. So header claims are the metadata of the token, telling the application what type of token it is, how the token is signed, etc. So type, algorithm, key ID, vulnerabilities in header claims, payload claims, vulnerabilities in payload claims. I mean, there's a like a vulnerability scanner in the JWT token tool. We might want to try using that. Okay, so attack methodology. Choose your approach. Testing tokens has been done in a variety of ways. Playbook automation. Setting up your system. Install your intercepting proxy. Steps. Find the JWT tokens. Identify a test page. Check that your test cases work. Replay the token. Simple checks. Basic ones. Advanced. Extra checks. Okay, so first we need to identify the JWT tokens. We've done that. Identify a test page. So a good example of this is in the profile page of the website. Replay it. After capturing a JWT, we can replay it back to the application in the same context. Should yield the same result as the original token. Remove the token from the request and observe the result. Has the result changed? Was the token required? Delete the last few characters of the signature. Does it return an error, fail, or succeed? I mean, I think we should be doing a bit of testing with Burp Suite because it seems to be a bit faster. Okay, so if we've got our JWT token over here, and then we go back to here, and now that we have the JWT token in Burp Suite, okay, let's start replaying this in the repeater. So if we send this, we can see the response is this. It says, hello, John, because obviously John is in our JWT. So if we change this, we just delete everything and send this. Then it's going to give us our internal server error. We paste in this fraudulent one that we created using the JWT tool, and we send this. It also gives us a server error. Okay, let's go back. This is the legitimate one, I'm pretty sure. So if we send this, we get a normal response. What happens if we delete a couple of characters off the end of this? It should error out again. Yeah. So even if we delete one character off of the end, the application is going to freak out and give us a server error. Okay, so we need to figure out what we can change and what we can't change. Let me check back in with John the Ripper. John the Ripper's still running. Too many. Cracking the secret key. None algorithm attack. So let's see. Playing around with the tool. Viewing the token. Tampering with the token. Cracking the secret key. Why are you always doing this? Okay, so confusion attack. So the attack plays around with the fact that some libraries use the same variable name for the secret. In JWT tool, this can be very easily tested by providing the token and a public key. Well, I mean, I don't think we have a public key. Wait, let me check. Let's grab a legitimate key from Burp Suite. And we wanted to pass it into the tool over here. Okay, so let's see. Decoded headers, JSON, claims table, JWT, payload, claims table, signature verification. Okay, so we don't know what the secret is. All right, let's go back. So let's go back to the article. The funny thing about this article here is that they used John the Ripper to crack the key, but they did a brute force attack. Anyways, let's close out this thing. This is the word list. So the confusion attack, we don't have a public key, so we can't do this attack. Okay, delete the last few characters of the signature. Does it return an error, fail, or succeed? Resend the same token multiple times. Does it continue to work each time the valid token is sent? Is this token persistent? I'm pretty sure this is these are persistent tokens. Check whether the token originated from the proxy's request history. It should be created on the server, not the client. If it was first seen coming from the client side, then the key is accessible to client-side code. Seek it out. It should be created on the server side, not the client. So we should probably take a look at how the key is created inside of Burp Suite. So we can go back to Burp Suite. We can go over to our proxy HTTP history. And yeah, so this is the request that creates the key, or the token rather. So we send user equals John. I mean, we would like to do user equals admin and send it, but it's going to give us a root error. You cannot log in as the admin. So in the response, it doesn't set any cookies. It sets the session to nothing. But if we send a legitimate payload, let's say John, then the response includes the JWT token over here. And this is a redirection. So it gives you the JWT, and then it redirects you to the landing page. Okay, follow redirection. 307 temporary redirect. Follow redirection. Yeah, and by now you've got your JWT. Okay, so let me see. If we can switch up our music real quick. Okay. This points us at the GitHub for John the Ripper. I'm just going to check it out real quick. I wonder how often they update the repository. Okay, so we got some stuff from 9 months ago, 4 months ago, last month, 5 days ago. So, I mean, people are... Zani asks, have you ever tried writing... I mean, not from scratch. I've used different programs to create malware. Well, not... Basically, you know, like shellcodes or like things that are very specific, but not like, you know, writing viruses or anything. Just stuff to compromise specific environments. But Zani, yeah, that's the answer to the question. Okay, so John the Ripper. This is the community enhanced jumbo version of John the Ripper. Okay. If I were to search this entire repository for something like JWTs, function valid JWT, not necessarily what I'm looking for. But yeah, aside from that, I'm not really too sure where else to go from here. So there's also logout. We haven't tried logging out. There might be something funny with the logout, but I don't think... Alright, so this should just remove the cookie. But I'm not sure if... Let's go back. So we go back to the proxy, and then we check out the logout. So we log out here. Sorry. We go to the repeater. If the JWT is is destroyed and invalidated after you log out, then we shouldn't be able to log out using the same cookie here. Okay, so this is redirecting us. 302 found. Follow the redirection. Temporary redirect. Follow the redirection. And then it sends us back to the landing page. But if we send it again, it'll also send us to the landing page. So it looks like the cookies are persistent. It's not as if when you log out, they invalidate any of these cookies. We can still use this one if we were to plug it into one of our web browsers. Log out, and then put in a new one. So the cookie is called JWT. You paste in the value. And this should give us a session as the John user. Yeah, it does. So I'm kind of, Let's continue the research and see if we can do some automated testing with the JWT tool. MC25, I did this in John and it worked instantly. It worked instantly. MC25, can you paste in John word list token? John word list token. I mean, did you use RockU or did you use another word list? You used RockU. What am I doing wrong then? Hold on. Okay, so JWT, JWT.txt. Let's grab a fresh token. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I've got this token saved here. Let's put this one in instead. Get rid of this, paste in the new one. John JWT.txt, word list. RockU.txt. Why didn't it work? I guess it was because I was using a tampered JWT. Or maybe wait. So MC25, when you did yours, what name was in your token? Was it John or was it something else? Mine was after okay, MC, okay, great. I mean, I guess it's because I tampered with the token, so it wasn't working properly. Okay, so I love Pico. I mean, if we've got I love Pico here, we should be able to just sign it using the tool over here. So let's see, encoder, users not John but admin, and the secret is going to be, wait, where do we put the secret? The secret is I love Pico. And then is this a legitimate token then? Okay, let's go back to the application to see if it works. So if this worked, then we should be able to just paste in the cookie and then reload the page. Oh man, it worked. Okay, well, I should probably do a write-up, because if I don't do a write-up, then I'm not gonna remember this stuff. Remember, everybody, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. All right, paste this in. Try the other tool with the untampered token. Try the other tool with the untampered token. Okay, let's do that. So JWT tool. Use the dictionary rocky.txt. Let me get the other token. All right, delete, 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 delete. Okay, so this will take a while. But while we're yeah, John the Ripper worked. So let's go back. Well, we'll just leave this running in the background, and while that's going on, let me start my write-up. All right, so walkthroughs. Which event was this from? This was called like Jot or something, right? Jot Scratchpad. Okay, this was from picoCTF 2019. picoCTF 2019. And this is going to be for, what is it called? Jot Scratchpad? Jot Scratchpad. Okay, just need to double check that name. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's start the write-up. So this is URL, the concept, and the method of solve. So let me copy the URL. Concept. JSON web tokens. What's the other concept? Tampering with the token. And the other concept was cracking the secret key. Chandu16, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome. I also managed to set name as admin, but it didn't work using the %20. %20 as in space. But welcome to the stream, Chandu16. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so how do we solve this thing? On the landing page of the web app, we can set our name. After setting the name, there is a JSON web token in our cookies. We can tamper with the JWT, but first we need to figure out the secret key. We can crack the key with John the Ripper. And I guess we'll provide the command we used to do so. It was able to do it. The JWT tool was able to do it as well. Okay, great. But yeah, I mean, John the Ripper was way faster, but the JWT tool is probably... I mean, I don't know if it's necessary in this case. It's certainly not necessary for this particular challenge, which is a little bit disappointing. Okay. So this is the command we used, John the Ripper. So we found the secret key. What was it? I love Pico? Oh, it's for picoCTF, of course. That makes a lot of sense. Whoops. Okay, copy that. MC25 says it's nice to make it simple to edit the JWT. Not sure if it can also sign. I got to work with rocku.txt and hashcat mode 16500. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's up to you to use whichever cracking program you like more. I usually I use John most of the time because John usually has simpler syntax, command syntax. But sometimes hashcat is the way to go. Okay, so the secret key is this, and we can use the following website to create a new key, and that's the, what is it, jwt.io over here. Actually, let's make this fancy. jwt.io. Anyways, we got more ads running on Twitch, so we'll run them on YouTube. Let's go ahead and put on my favorite video with the baby birds. Okay, we'll be back in I know Ken PDX, this is your favorite video. We'll be back in about a minute, 60 seconds. Okay. Put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Let's see, KenPX says, does John leverage your GPUs? I've always seen this as the main strength of Hashcat. You can set it to probably easier to use Hashcat. Probably want to use bare metal to do that. Yeah, I mean, I've never gotten super serious about password about hash cracking. I really want one of these days. I would really like to do a big deep dive into hash cracking, password cracking stuff. But I mean, I don't know. It's gonna have to come sometime in the future. All right. So we need to set the username to admin. And sign with the secret key that we found. Okay. Paste the JWT into the web browser cookies. And we're done. Alright, so that is the write-up. Let's commit that. KenPDX says you don't need to use bare metal if you can pass through your GPU to your VM. I'm on Proxmox, so that works fine for me. This is probably... Let's see. So VirtualBox... I mean, I use VirtualBox. I guess if... Let me just see if they've updated it. I don't think they have. So VirtualBox leverage GPU. Can I use my GPU in VirtualBox? So this is from 11 months ago. Okay, my computer thinks my computer's DirectX level is something something. Do we have a check mark? We're just looking for check marks. There's a nice video on the topic. I guess we got a YouTube link. Let me copy that and make sure it's not a Rickroll. Oh, interesting. Okay, so here's an interesting looking YouTube video. Okay, GreatXT says running brute force in most VMs always has a bottleneck and never utilizes your GPU. NVIDIA plus Windows Subsystem for Linux 2 plus Hashcat on Kali has been the best experience for Linux environment for cracking on Windows. NVIDIA plus Windows Subsystem for Linux. So it's not using VirtualBox or VMware. So Defus says, I have Hashcat set up with a 4080 and Ryzen 7000 iGPU combined. It's ridiculously much faster than CPU, but just not necessary for CTFs. I mean, most CTF environments are built so that you don't necessarily need a very, very powerful computer to be able to do the cracking. So okay, so Grout says it's using Hyper-V under the hood, which is Microsoft's hypervisor. KenPDX says I think you need to run a Type 1 hypervisor to get real GPU pass-through. Desktop VM environments don't do it as far as I can tell. Proxmox is Type 1. I mean, I guess if I wanted to get serious about cracking stuff, I wouldn't do it inside of my Linux. I wouldn't do it inside of a VM environment. I would run John the Ripper or Hashcat on my host machine, so on the Windows machine that I'm using to run everything. Okay, so I guess, I mean, yeah, it's always going to be cracking on a VM is always going to be inferior. I think that's what we're supposed to take away from this. All right, so do we have? I kind of want to switch over to some other hacking now. I kind of want to not do web hacking. I want to do Linux hacking instead. So with the last, I don't know, hour or so, let's just do a target from Dockerlabs. How about we do? Let's see, influencer hack ping CTF. This sounds fun. Let's do this one. Okay, I can also change the topic. We'll do Dockerlabs. We'll do Linux challenges here. Okay, so nice and easy.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Thank you very much, Defus, for redeeming all the things. Okay, so something hopefully a little bit more fun to round up the evening. But I think I'm starting to get the hang of using of testing these JWTs. Okay, let's put on some new music and then we'll get started with the Linux hacking. Here we go. All right, so the Dockerlabs container is over here. This challenge is called picoCTF. So let's unzip the thing. And if you want to do the same challenge yourself, then you can download the container from here. Okay, so we make the auto deploy script executable, and then we run it with the tar file. Okay, we've got a vulnerable Docker container, and we'll be able to access it in just a second. Okay, so this is the IP address. Let's go ahead and give it a port scan. Just port 80, okay, that's fine. So it looks like we're going to have to compromise the web server to get our initial access. Oh, you know what? This might be OS command injection. So okay, my prediction is that there's going to be some sort of web app that's sending a ping command, and then we're going to be using some OS command injection to get the web application to run system commands. That's the prediction, but it's not for sure. Okay, web app enumeration. Let's run some derb. There's a JavaScript directory, there's a jQuery, there's an index.html. Let's run a nicto. And the last thing I'll run is some GoBuster in the background while I check out the web page. Okay, nicto didn't find anything. Let's run GoBuster. User share word lists, dirbuster, directory 2.3, directory lists 2.3 medium, .txt, that's the standard one. And we need to look for some certain extensions. We'll look for PHP, HTML, TXT, back files, zip files, and I guess we'll just start with this. There's a ping.php. Okay. Alright. That leads to index.html. Okay, let's go ahead and check out the web page itself. So HTTP 1702. Okay, so bienvenido a la herramienta ping. Let's. Okay, so I mean this should be pretty. This is a web application that's going to send the ping command, right? If we go and translate this from Spanish. So welcome to the ping tool. It appears that the system has the feature to check connectivity with IP addresses or domains. And let's see if we can compromise this real fast and finish this in under 20 or 30 minutes. Okay, this is not it. This is it. Okay, so this is going to look like results for 127.0.0.1. This seems so straightforward, but it'll do something just weird enough to take 2 hours. I hope not. So 127.0.0.1, nothing appears, so we can't access localhost. Okay, well, I mean, we can try Google. So if we do 8888, I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be able to access 8888. Because I don't think this is, I don't think the Docker container is internet accessible. So we need to figure out, I'm pretty sure we can access our attacker box. So the attacker box is at 17.0.1. Nothing appears. Why is nothing appear? So 120, so it can't do, can it do localhost? Nothing appears for localhost either. Is this thing broken? So this actually goes to the ping.php endpoint. Do you trust clouds? Do I trust Cloudflare? Cloudflare, that's a good question. So I mean, there's nothing here. So target equals localhost. I don't mean, let's just try to break out of this. Ask who am I? Yeah, I mean, we've got OS command injection. I kind of feel like I don't want to do this. This is a little bit... This is, I mean, okay, we've already gotten this far. I guess we can finish this off. All right, let's go to text editor. We'll rename this remote shell access. Okay, Defus says, do you have an answer to this question? All right, you're asking me if I trust Cloudflare. I mean, I've never needed to trust Cloudflare before. I've never needed to use Cloudflare, so I actually don't have an answer to the question. Do I think Cloudflare is trustworthy if you want to use it? I don't know either, because I've never had to use it. Okay, so we got our remote shell access here. Let's do our RL wrap. And I'm sorry I don't have a proper question answer to that question because I've never had to use Cloudflare. Peter Schwing says Cloudflare is pretty trustworthy. And welcome to the chat, Peter Schwing. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so for most of these challenges, for most of the Linux challenges that I've been doing so far, I've been pretty consistent in using ELF binaries created by MSF Venom. They've worked for me pretty consistently, and the reason why I use these ELF binaries instead of using reverse shell payloads or reverse shell one-liners is that they pretty consistently work. So what we do is we create our reverse shell ELF binary and then we upload it to the target. We do a little... Oh, you know what? I can't use port 80 because I've got my Apache server running, so I just need to shut that off. So let's see, sudo systemctl stop Apache 2. Okay, now we can run the Python HTTP server. Okay, so from here we've got remote command execution through the ping page over here, and what we're gonna do is well, first we need to figure out what tools we have. So is there wget? There is wget, which means we can download something to the target. So we would do wget http our attacker machine IP address and upload reverse.elf. And then we would double check to see if it got uploaded. Okay, it was uploaded. And then we would make the file executable. And lastly, we would run the executable. Like this. Okay. Defus says, I don't trust them, they're weird. They just randomly appeared owning the 1111 DNS. One of their main reasons to exist is encrypting traffic, yet they release statistics and stuff with information that they should encrypt. So for me, they're shady and state-sponsored. Well, I mean, Cloudflare, is it owned by Americans? Let me check really quick. Yeah, this is an American technology company, and they're associated with the DNS 1.1.1.1. Well, I mean, I've never had a reason to look into them, but Defus, I don't know. I've never had to think about it really, but you know what? I'll keep that in mind in the future. Thank you, Defus. Okay, so we should have a reverse shell connection now. Yeah, so we have the connection. Who am I? It should say www.data. Is there Python? Is there Python 3? There is Python 3. InfoSecSpeak says, follow the money. GroundXT says, they've run 1111 for a while. They put out statistics for most resolved domains. To be fair, they've never claimed to be privacy preserving. Okay. So GroundXT says, the reverse proxy every other major website they use anyways. So KenPDX says, which state sponsors them? If it's Oregon. If it's Oregon, I'm out. They've been around since 2009, says Peter Schwing. And Tori says, I believe they had an update go wrong last year, which affected virtually all Windows endpoints and servers using their services, delayed flights, business work, and so on. I mean, did we hear a big... I don't remember if I heard a big news story involving Cloudflare last year or not. But that's CrowdStrike, right. CrowdStrike and Cloudflare are not the same thing. So import pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, so I mean, I don't even want to call Scary Hacker Voice Man in because it was just such an easy thing to do. Okay, there's no sudo. Maybe there's some SUID binaries. So we're trying to do privilege escalation right now. InfoSecSpeak says AC/DC song Crowdstruck. Wasn't that Thunderstruck? I mean, I actually don't know. I don't know very much about AC/DC. Okay, so let's find the SUID binaries. Vim Basic? What? Vim Basic. Alright, I wonder if that's on the GTFO bins list. Okay, so... I mean, there's Vim, but there's not... Vim Basic. Time to do that Vim keybind that runs the commands. Probably know it by heart, just, whatever. It's semicolon exec bad, blah, 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 blah. I mean, Vim is easy enough, right? So Vim with the SUID. this one. Let's see. This requires that Vim is compiled with Python support. Prepend. Oh, I think this is the intended privilege escalation because we've got Python 3. Okay, let's... Okay, so which Vim? Yeah, I mean, otherwise they wouldn't have Vim installed on these Docker machines. They usually try to strip out everything that's not necessary. The find command reminds me of Bandit level 6. I mean, find is... I mean, I use find all the time. It's a pretty cool... It's a pretty useful command when you're doing hacking stuff. So Vim basic, huh? So vim.basic. So Vim basic is user bin Vim basic, sure. And let's see who owns that file. It's probably going to be root. Yeah. So it's also an SUID binary because we got the S over here. But in order to use Vim basic, we need to have... I mean, do we need a full shell in order to use these terminal text editors? Should probably wander on into the home directory. So there's the Ubuntu user. So if Vim basic is Vim, yeah, this is pretty much just Vim. Okay, so we can just use the privilege escalation for Vim. So just run... Where's the SUID? Here you go. Just run this command. Just make sure that we use pi3 instead of pi. And you know what? We like bin bash better instead of bin sh. Okay, and we just need to make sure that it is called vim.basic. Cannot expand wildcards. Cannot expand wildcards, cannot expand wildcards. More. Uh-oh. Terminal type. Reset unknown terminal type bash. Hold on, what happened here? Vim basic command. Did I paste in the command incorrectly? InfosXB says, I've seen Vim basic and Vim tiny before, and I think they're expectedly kind of normal-ish. VT 20 times. Unknown terminal type. Oh, so terminal type, we're talking about... Hold on. Echo term. Xterm 256 color or something? Oh, I left out something. Oh, it worked. It totally worked. Because I'm root now. Okay, well. That was a little bit too easy. I wonder if I can do... I wonder if I can do another one in under 30 minutes. Time to skip the easy boxes and go to mediums and hards. I wanted to do all of the easy boxes first before I move on to the mediums and hards, but Did I do this stellar JWT? Because I mean, we have hold on. Let me check to see if I've done this one. Because it would be pretty. The ping function didn't even work. It was basically a command line box. Yeah, it wasn't super hard. It was not super hard. Okay, I'm gonna set a hard time limit on this because I really want to end the stream a little bit earlier today. So we'll set a hard limit of 30 minutes for the next box. Okay. All right. So yeah, Stellar JWT. If I haven't done it, I'd like to do that one because we've been dealing with JWTs today. Let me check. I don't think I've done it. Okay, so we'll do this Stellar JWT box because we've been doing JWTs today. And hopefully we can apply some of the knowledge that we've learned in the last hour or so. Okay, let's go back. So our Dockerlabs containers, we can just... GradXT says the ping function didn't even work. It was basically a command line box. Yeah, basically. Okay, let's get rid of this API-based stuff. Let's get rid of the ping stuff. And let's deploy the Stellar JWT machine. Okay. Let's chmod auto deploy and then run auto deploy. Okay, so this is going to be a sprint. We're going to try to compromise the machine in 30 minutes. Well, 27 minutes now. So my prediction is that there's a web application with JWT. Okay. It's called NASA HackerFrogs. Does this mean something in Spanish? Hold on. Okay. Hacked. NASA hacked. Is that what it's called? All right, let's take a look. Reload the page. Que astronomo alaman something Neptune. So NASA hacked. Great. Let's take a look at the translation for this. Okay, we've got ads running right now, so I'm going to put on a short ad for YouTube. I'm going to take a little water break, but check out these birds. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Okay. All right, so what's going on in this on the web app here? We should probably do a very quick enumeration using dirbuster. So index.html, we'll just leave this running in the background while we do the manual. Oh, there's a directory called universe. Interesting. Okay, we got the web application here. Cybernoipy, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just hacking some stuff. How long do you use computers, and what's the most you've used them for? Is there any topic where you have deep knowledge? Defus, are you asking me? I mean, I basically started learning about computers at the same time I started learning cybersecurity. I wouldn't say that I have very deep knowledge concerning anything really computer related, but I don't know what the definition is. Okay, we got our missions. I mean, this all goes to the same place, but there was the universe directory that we should probably check out. So /universe. What is on this page? What? What? Why is there these paragraphs? Oh, I mean, there's a JWT here. Okay. The most important thing is that there's a JWT here. So let's go ahead and copy that. Tori says, by the way, I have an issue with my LinkedIn. I have been restricted for about a month. After my highest performing post in Azure Sentinel SOC lab, SMA face this need help. I mean, I'm not too sure because I don't deal a lot with LinkedIn. If anybody in chat can help out, Diva says, I mean, you could have something deep knowledge in CSGO case opening, and that would be something computer related. I mean, I guess. I mean, I used to do a lot of gaming. I used to play a lot of strategy games, stuff like, I don't know, Total War, and I played XCOM. I played a lot of XCOM. I can't play those games anymore because you need to spend like 5 or 6 hours each time you play them to feel, you know, like you've gotten anything done. So that's why I don't play those games anymore. But anyways, let's let us take a look at this JSON Web Token over here. Okay, so we're doing some decoding. Okay, so we got, what is this thing? So the JSON, so this is Neptune. Oh, okay. Are we supposed to put in different, so signature verification failed. MC Sunny 25 says, did you post some sensitive data or docs? Something I don't know, but that'd be my first few guesses. So that's addressing Tori, right? Restricted for about a month. Did you post some sensitive data? Defis says, you weren't into computers in your teen years. I mean, the only thing I did with my computer when I was young was I did a lot of gaming. I played a lot of games on DOS as well, but I was never really super interested in computers up until... I mainly just used the computer for gaming up until about 5 years ago. Okay, so sub user Neptune and then this number AIT. So I'm guessing what we need to do is we need to change our user from Neptune to something else. I mean, I don't know if this cookie is actually set in our web browser right now. Where are we? Here. Let's check. Let's check if our JWT was actually set inside our web browser. So it's actually not here. Okay. Which means we can put in a JWT cookie. Paste it in, maybe reload the page. This doesn't do anything. S2M Green says, gaming is the reason I learned about memory editing. Yeah, a lot of people got started in hacking by learning how to hack games. I mean, that's not how I did it, but let's see. So, something about Neptune. Hold on, let's... Which German astronomer discovered Neptune? Which German astronomer discovered Neptune? Was that like Kepler or Copernicus or something? It might have been Kepler, right? Okay, so if we were to Google this, I don't know. Who discovered Neptune? Discovery of Neptune. Astronomers. Who discovered the planet Neptune? Astronomer Johann Gottfried Galle. So, I mean, are we supposed to just take this as a username or password and then brute force it? Or something else? MC25 says, I just try and reach out to support and figured out what caused it. So, Tori, I did, but Lord, the support is horrendous, really. And they just claimed I broke several guidelines and refused to elaborate. Their verdict was indefinitely suspended. Defa says, my mom bought a computer when I was 8 or 9 and got hooked hard, and then a few decades later is still hooked. Well, I mean, I've always been using computers, but I was just a user. I was just a regular user of the computer and not like someone who thought a lot about how the computer worked. Okay, so let's just make a users list. So, Johann Gottfried Galle. So it's either Johann or Galle, if this is something we're supposed to brute force. So Johann Galle and maybe Neptune. And let's see. So pass.txt, we could put in Neptune. Neptuno. That's how it's spelled in Spanish, right? Gotta change up the music again. Okay, so where was... GradXT asked, did you practice password reuse? Your account could have been compromised to post things that got you banned. Johann reminds me of the monster anime Johann Liebert. Johann Liebert. I don't think I've... What, is that from, like, my Full Metal Alchemist or something? I don't think I've heard of that character before. Okay, so what was in the JWT? So user Neptuno. Maybe the user is Neptuno and the password is that whatever guy. Hold on. Neptuno. Maybe Johann or Galle is the password. Okay, and then we can try to break in to SSH, right? Yeah, SSH is running on here. Brute force. Hydra? Okay, and we can just use regular old user lists, password lists, pass.txt. Users.txt. Okay, let's do it. Okay, that didn't work. Well, what else could we try? Oh, Edwin Sebs was asked, what are your PC specs? I actually made this, this right here, yeah. So Edwin, that's, these are the PC specs. Okay, so let's see. Diva says, I tried a lot of stuff with computers, obviously spent a lot of time on gaming too, but at least I touched so many topics over the years. Yeah, I mean, I really want to spend a lot more time learning about computers, you know, especially because this is what I've decided to do with my time, right? I want to become a lot better at understanding the computers, how to break them, how to make them maybe? Not sure. But so the user's going to be Neptune, or the user's going to be Gale or something. Nano users.txt. I think we can get rid of this. And then we can... Let's see, I think we can try using ncrack instead. I forget how to use the ncrack. Just a second, everybody. Need to look it up in my notes. Okay, and Edwin says that specs looks perfect for streaming and gaming. I mean, I don't do a lot of high performance gaming anymore, but maybe I could play some slightly more graphics intensive stuff on stream one of these days. Okay, so SSH. Just a second, I just want to make sure that my SSH isn't screwed up. Yeah, okay. So I need to modify the known hosts for SSH before I do this stuff. Okay, so I think we're doing some brute forcing. Okay, we're running ncrack, we're trying to brute force the users, and because I don't think... Otherwise, what we could do is we could take a look at, thank you very much for following, ZDC. ZDC, thank you. Welcome, welcome, you're now HackerFrog, Wangchev, and Nyancat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the other thing we could do is we could snoop around the website. Why is there this super long stuff over here? I want to see if this actually says anything important, or if it's just a bunch of gibberish. Okay, let's go over to the Google Translate. This is just the history of NASA. Okay. I think they just failed to uncomment one for the webpage. Yeah, maybe. Better to paste into ChatGPT and say TLDR key points. I'm pretty sure that this doesn't really have to do... This probably doesn't have to do with the... I think this is just flavor text It doesn't really have anything to do with the challenge. Of course, it's probably going to have to do something with the challenge, and then I'm going to kick myself. But I'm just going to ignore it for now. Yeah, right. Could be a password. You mean the entire thing is the password? That would be a bit much. I wonder if there are any other endpoints that I found. So we're cracking over here. And we found universe index.html server status. Yeah. Nothing else, huh? We're looking for PHP, HTML, TXT, BAK. Meant to be used as a word list? I mean, that's true. That could be a word list. So in which case we need to use the cool tool? The cool tool. Ha, it's been a long time. Did you already try to crack the JWT like last time? You know what? I don't think we did. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, we should do that. You're right. You're right, MC25. Let me grab the JWT again. Okay, so back over here. Okay, get rid of this JWT, paste in the new JWT, and then crack it using John the Ripper. Ooh, word lists equals user share word lists rocku.txt on jwt.txt. Go. Okay, didn't work. Didn't work. OpenAI released a local open source thinking model, playing around with it right now. Alias clear equals C. I mean, it's pretty... I type it out pretty quick, so I don't necessarily need to... Yeah. It should be okay. Okay, so nothing happened for... That's all just for fun. Okay. So Defus says... Do you remember my AD setup I told you about a few weeks ago? It now grew to a network of different AD joined machines, Windows and Linux, with services like mail server, monitoring web app, a web app for remote RDP and SSH connections, and an identity provider, with every service connected to it for a single sign-on, and the provider is connected to the AD, so I just have to add a user to the AD and he can automatically authenticate against every service with their AD creds. That sounds like a lot of work. And that's just for fun. Well, I mean, if you're having a lot of fun with it, then that's great. Okay, so 7 minutes left. AD equals Active Directory. Yeah, we're talking about Windows Active Directory in this case. So cracking the word list with John didn't work. Let's just do it one more time. Yeah, it didn't work. So the other thing we could do is we could do the null attack or the no algorithm attack. So we did that with... Which command was it? Yeah, this one. Okay, so let's try the algorithm none attack and see if it actually affects anything. Brute forcing still going on. Okay, this is the JWT. So algnun. See if any of these work. I'm not too sure where we would use it though. The funny thing is that I'm pretty sure the application doesn't use the JWT at all. If we go to any of these pages over here, it doesn't try to set our JWT. Who's got 3 terabytes of RAM? Xmetric has 48 gigabyte GPU and 3 terabytes of RAM? What do you... I mean, the question is, what are you doing with that kind of setup? Okay, could you check the JWT that... I think you copied it wrong. Did I copy it wrong? Okay, let me check. Well, I mean, this is the tampered one. Let me check out the original one that I got here. Okay, invalid signature. Well, I mean, this isn't the signature. I'm pretty sure this is what I got from the website. Let me go back. This thing. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. GradXC says, I'm trying to get it to output its policy text, but it will only quote pieces of thought process before refusing a request. GradXC, are you talking about your local LLM? Xmetric says it's a home lab. Oh, I mean that's it should be enough to run a home lab. You could probably run like a whole like, I don't know, 30 or 40 machines on some sort of virtual machine network. I got a few dozen VMs. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let me check one more time that I've got the correct JWT. Okay, Hempa, thank you very much for making me check on that. Thank you. It's running Proxmox. And Sergeant Wargasm, jeez. That's a name. Welcome to the stream. Have a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Yeah, I mean, the only thing... I really wonder if the application's actually using the JWT anywhere. I don't think it is. And if it's using the JWT somewhere, it doesn't... Let me try accessing the web application from Burp. Okay, so there's this, and then there is, I don't know, universe. Streamlabs, thank you very much for subscribing, Harvey XD. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. And Sergeant War, hi, hello, nice to see you here. Why don't you all have some keyboard cats? Okay, so if we just go to the landing page of the application, it doesn't give us... So NASA's been hacked.jpg. The only other thing that that could be relevant here is the presence of the JPEG files, which means we would have to do some steganography, and I hate steganography. Okay, so we could, I don't know, go to the web server, copy the image links, download the files, and maybe also the one for the universe. And download this file. And I'm pretty sure I can do steg-seek, and it runs very, very quickly. Steg-seek's not found. Not found. Okay, we can install it really quick. Okay, then run it again. So steg-seek is the fastest steganography tool. Okay, it wasn't universe. Is it NASA? NASA.jpg. It's not supported. Wait, it should work because it is a JPEG file. Is it really a JPEG file? This is a PNG, but why do they name it JPEG? So if we're running, we have to run zsteg on it then. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Zsteg install. I'm pretty sure this is a Ruby. Zsteg is a Ruby tool. Whoops. Zsteg install. Hidden data and PNG and BMP files. So it's like gem install something something. Where is it? Gem install zsteg. So I'm just going to cover my bases. And in the meantime, let's see, zsteg on NASA something something. Okay, well, I mean, it looks like there's nothing here. Brute forcing didn't work. Okay, we got ads running on YouTube, so I'll run them on Twitch. And we might have our last bird break. Okay, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little water. Okay, put the birds away. And it's funny. It's funny how could the JSON web token actually be the password itself? That would be really funny. The other idea was that the password could be something in this list over here. So this really big article. If that's the case, we need to run the cool tool. So it's cool, and it's I think it's like this, and then supply the URL. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've got a big password list now. Let's try doing some brute force over here. And instead of rockyou.txt, we'll try using the list we just made. I'm surprised it's taking this long. But I guess we do have three users to go through. 3 or 4. Let me check that list. Yeah, there's only 133 words on that list, so why does it take so long to brute force? I bet you I bet you Hydra would have cracked this already. Maybe I should run Hydra as well. Five threads. Oh, you know what? That's true. Maybe that's why. Yeah, okay. Anyways. Alright, let's do Hydra. Wait, why is this so wonky? Encrack finished. Close prematurely. Zero valid passwords found. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to call it here. I'm trying not to stream super long because whenever I stream super long, it usually screws up the rest of the evening for me. But let's talk about what we're gonna be doing next time. So let's see. We got a Reddit over here. If you're interested in keeping up with what's going on over at HackerFrogs, for right now, the Reddit is probably the best place to do it. Edwin Seb says, Windows box or Linux box, which one is your favorite? I mean, I feel more comfortable hacking against Linux. I would like to do more hacking against Windows. The only problem is that there are very few free resources for hacking against Windows. And I pretty much exhausted all of the free options from the other websites. The only other option now is to hack against Windows machines on Hack the Box, but I need to pay for a subscription to get access to that stuff. But it might be something I need to look into. Okay, so what are we doing on Friday? So on Friday, we're going to be doing human resource machine, more assembly language coding over here, and we're also going to be doing some Python programming with the TemperanceCTF labs. We're going to be doing, well, hopefully we can get somewhere with our Stack Buffer overflows over at Hack the Box. And we're also going to be doing some Windows hacking. So we've got a few more Windows targets over at Pwn Till Dawn, and hopefully I can get somewhere with the Windows machines over there. So that's what we're going to be doing on Friday. I hope to see you there. And let's see if we can find some fun people to raid over at twitch.tv. Oh, but before that, we should probably take a look at the InfoSec streams list. I'm the only person. Okay, what's going on Twitch? Hold on. I need to look up my Twitch. Just a second, everybody. Edwin Seb is asked, what is your stream schedule? So the stream schedule is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. It's pretty consistent. You know, speaking of NASA, Moohiddles is streaming right now, and Moohiddles does a lot of content that has to do with space. So if you're interested in space, then it's a pretty good stream to go check out. Let's go ahead and check them out right now. And we're gonna raid into their channel. Aqua says I am late. No worries if you're late. Okay, let's go ahead and start the raid. So Aqua, you can watch the recording of the stream. It's just that I need to not end my stream super late. Okay, let's go ahead and watch the stream for just a bit. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for coming by today. And when you raid into Moohiddle's channel, if you could give this message over here, so osfrog, hip, hop, hack, osfrog, I would really appreciate it. No problem. See you later. Maybe some picoCTF next time. Yeah, we're probably going to be doing that next week, either on Wednesday or Friday. But everybody, thank you very much for coming to today's stream, and please give the message, the raid message, when you raid into Moohiddles. We'll see you next time. HackerFrogs going dark in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.